Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. The story of the event so far continues to be French #1 Alireza Firouzja, who, despite playing through a leg injury, just keeps on winning. With an Armageddon victory yesterday, he remains the sole leader of the tournament heading into today's action. Meanwhile, world #1 Magnus Carlsen finds himself in unfamiliar territory. The GOAT of chess has shockingly lost 2 classical games already from good positions and currently sits at the very bottom of the standings. Today he faces none other than World Champion D Gukesh, his opponent from last year's viral table slam moment, in what promises to be the most anticipated clash of the event so far. Over in Norway Chess Women, it's Bibisara Assaubayeva leading the field. Today she takes on reigning Women's World Champion Wenjun in another hugely important battle. The drama is building, the pressure is rising, and another thrilling day of world-class chess awaits. This is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, live from the heart of Oslo in Norway. Let the action begin. Welcome everyone to day 4 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolf. And let me introduce you to our wonderful panel of pundits here in the studio. Representing our audience is chess content creator Simon Bélanger.
It's a pleasure, Anna. Thank you.
Our chess expert is Norwegian Grandmaster Aryan Tari.
Very happy to be here.
And our special guest today is Norway's beloved outdoors adventurer, Lars Monsen.
Thanks for having me.
Lars, we are so thrilled to have you, and there's going to be so much to talk about. But I want to start with this. The viewers that don't know you, how would you describe your lifestyle and what is it that you do?
I've been a full-time adventurer since 1991. I have spent some 6,000 nights out in the wild, more than half of them in winter in extreme conditions. I've crossed Canada on foot, by dog team, canoe. I've walked across Alaska on foot, Norway, Sweden, Finland. You know, this expedition life out in the wild has been my life all the time. So this is me at home, yeah.
It's absolutely fascinating, and we'll definitely want to hear about your chess life as well, because I know that you're a very strong player yourself. But before we reveal that, let's also mention what happened yesterday, Simon, because it was drama, huge drama over the chessboard.
Oh, yes. One game I want to highlight is the game between the world champion Wenjun and Jiner, both from China. And it was a really crazy game. Wenjun couldn't find a way to get out of the fortress of Jiner. She then tried to take a walk with the king on the other side of the board, trying to improve her position, but it just made whites lose advantage, and the game ended in a draw, which gave the win to the rising star Jiner.
And that win was one of the 3 Armageddon wins at Norway Chess. All of them won with the black pieces. So draws in classical and Armageddon wins for Anna, Divya, and Jiner. And if this was drama, Norway Chess produced even more pressure and tension and cinematic, dramatic moments, headline news. What is going on over there at Norway Chess with the world #1 Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, we had a really crazy game between Praggnanandhaa and Magnus Carlsen yesterday. As you guys can see on the screen, this was the moment where it was a lot back and forth, but finally Magnus had got a very good advantage here with low time. Sacrificed his rook, which was not the best, and it became a race. Magnus had his pass pawn, Pragg had his pass pawn. Eventually, Pragg prevailed there, and the world #1 got his second loss in 3 games. Very tough start for Magnus.
Really tough, and a reminder here that it's 3 points if you win in classical chess, so Pragg is now enjoying that extra 3 point that will give him the second place, while Magnus Carlsen has already lost 2 classical games and is at the bottom of the standings. If we take a quick look at this huge gap between the first place and the last place, Alireza Firouzja on 7.5 points. Aryan.
Yeah, we have the French superstar Alireza Firouzja leading with 7.5 points. Pragg going up to second place after beating Magnus yesterday. Wesley from the US on third place with 4 points. World Champion D Gukesh on fourth with 3.5. Vincent Keymer from Germany with 3 points, and unexpectedly world #1 behind here with only 1.5 points.
Let's also take a look at Norway Chess Women, how the standings are, Simon.
Oh, Bibisara is leading the tournament once again, 5.5 points. Divya from India is not so far behind, 4.5 points. We have Jiner and Anna with 4 points each. We have the world champion Wenjun at 3 points, and Humpy Koneru at 2 points from India. Yeah, I hope Humpy can bring it up today.
We definitely hope so, and of course Magnus Carlsen will be hoping the same. And the reason why we see such big gaps in the standings is this very peculiar and special format that we have here, Aryan, at Norway Chess.
It's truly a unique format because it is the only tournament where you have this Armageddon games after the classical game. The classical game ends in a draw. It doesn't stop there, as you play an Armageddon game right after, where the winner gets 1.5 points and the loser gets 1 point. So there's so much to play for in the Norway Chess.
And for the price, the total price is near $200,000. And what's amazing about Norway Chess is the fact that the price between men and women is the same. There's equality in this tournament, so it's really nice to see Norway Chess moving forward with this, and we hope that in the future more tournaments can do the same, because women deserve to be seen out also.
We certainly hope that it will be followed by other events as well. Norway Chess showing a really good example and fairness in the sport. And when it comes to today and the pairings, I think we all know what's going to be the main game of the day. The most anticipated clash of the tournament is happening today, everyone. Last year, Norway Chess produced that table slam moment between Gukesh and Magnus, and today they are facing each other, the world champion against the world #1. And in Norway Chess Women, Aryan, we also have some really important battles today.
We have the former world champion Koneru Humpy playing against China's rising star Jiner. Bibisara, who's leading the tournament, playing against world champion Wenjun. And last but not least, Divya Deshmukh, making her first appearance in Norway Chess, playing against the experienced Anna Muzychuk.
Lars, as we highlighted, today's most anticipated clash is the one between Gukesh and Magnus. Did you witness it last year, the table slam moment?
I did, and you know, I was just wondering, what does this do to a young guy? You know, he's 19 years old, and his opponent is Magnus Carlsen, who's been in this game for so many years, and he gets furious and he slams his hand in the table, and maybe what does that do to him? Maybe he's afraid of Magnus. I don't know. Maybe strong, and that doesn't happen, but there's some psychological things there that are really impressive. 19 years old and being a world champion, have all that pressure on him, all the people who wants a bit of him, and he has to deliver. He feels, I guarantee you, he feels that he has to deliver. And that pressure is, maybe he's the guy with the biggest, toughest pressure on him in this event.
I agree with you, Lars, that there's a lot of eyes on Gukesh and his performance. And as you mentioned, he is the youngest undisputed world champion. Simon, he has achieved so much. We have a player card for him that is just a long list of achievements at the age of 19 only.
Yeah, at the age of 19, he was the world champion. One of the youngest grandmaster in the world at 12 years old, which is impressive. She won the Olympiad in 2024. Huge accomplishment for him, He's only like going forward, like he's so young. There's so much happening for him in the future. So yeah, we have to keep an eye on him.
And his opponent, Aryan, I think is a man that needs no introduction, but let's try to introduce him just in case.
Yeah, we have Magnus Carlsen, who is called GOAT by most people, 21-time world champion, and trying to defend the Norway chess title for the 8th time here. Won it 7 times, which is huge. So far, been off to a slow start, but we're hoping he can get his first win.
He definitely hopes for the same, and that is going to be our main clash of the day. Up to now, most of their games ended in draws. There's 2 wins for Magnus and only one win for Gukesh, but that one win was a really painful defeat for Magnus, the famous table slam moment. And it happened at Norway Chess last year. We are curious to see how this encounter will unfold today. And we did catch Magnus on his way to the playing venue. Let's see in what mood is the world #1.
Magnus, did you prepare a banger of an opening to make a revenge for the last year?
What? Oh, yeah, good one, good one. No.
We wish you the best of luck and looking forward for the battle.
Thank you.
I did not quite catch what Magnus said, Simon, since you are a lot of times, Magnus yourself, the best interpreter in the world for Magnus Carlsen. What can you tell about your boy for today?
I mean, from that interaction, maybe he's tired about that table slam. I mean, I understand him. Maybe if I was in his shoes, be reminded that maybe. But yeah, I hope you have a nice plan today, and I hope they can manage to at least get a draw. That would end the losing streak.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if he's going to go solid, or is he trying the same approach as yesterday, more dynamic, fighting chess. He wants that first win. And Lars, what would be your prediction on that?
Oh, you know, I think Magnus is like a lion that someone stepped on his tail. He's angry. He's angry with himself, and he really wants to bounce back. And I think he has slept very badly. And he's ready for a fight. So I think he's going to win.
You're predicting a victory
I think
for
he's
Magnus
gonna win,
Carlsen.
yeah.
Prediction time for Simon and Aryan as well. That means Simon, can he do it? Will he do it?
I'm expecting a draw.
And an Armageddon then.
Yeah.
Aryan, your call?
I was gonna say a draw, but now I have
You
to
cannot
say,
take it. You're gonna
now I have
say-
to say I
Gukesh wins again?
I don't like to say it, but the way Magnus is playing, Gukesh will win.
And the players already have arrived at the board. If we head over to the playing venue, on the left side, the youngest undisputed world chess champion, Gukesh Domaraju, with the white pieces against the GOAT, against the world #1, against a wounded lion here, Magnus Carlsen, who is getting into the zone, focusing maybe a bit on what opening he might choose. These two, as we have mentioned, famously faced each other in that viral table slam game. But other than that, Aryan, if you could tell us more about their previous encounters and how it has gone before.
They have actually faced each other quite a few times in the Norway Chess Tournament, 2023, 2025. I mean, 2025 was the famous table slam, and 2026. So last year in Norway Chess, they played 1-1. Magnus won the first encounter, and then Gukesh famously won the second one. In 2023, they had a draw. Well, Magnus does have a plus score against Gukesh in total, but Gukesh was also a bit younger back then. But anyway, all of their games have been very entertaining to watch. So I hope we're going to see fireworks today as well.
And we're just seconds away from liftoff here in our main clash of the day. We had the predictions from our studio. We'd also love to hear your predictions. Our lovely audience, if you're watching from home, make sure to let us know in some shape or form in the comments or through tweets. What do you think will happen today between the youngest world champion, Gukesh Domraju, and the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Can Magnus bounce back, or will Gukesh manage to capitalize on Magnus's not really perfect shape, to put it mildly? He had really good positions, though, Magnus. It's not that he's not getting good positions. He hasn't been converting, but this is going to be it. This is the first move between Gukesh and Magnus today, and I believe that is a queen-pawn push in the middle of the board, Aryan.
Queen pawn push by Gukesh. He's actually been only playing this pawn push in the tournament so far. Magnus taking a pause there, deciding. I think he's gonna take his knight out, or his queen pawn also two squares up.
Is this common for Gukesh to play d4?
I would say Gukesh, he plays both the king's pawn and the queen's pawn, so this is something normal for him. No, at this level, most of the players, they play all the openings, because if you only play one opening, you are very predictable and it's easier to prepare against you. So the ideal scenario is to vary a lot and jump from opening to opening. But
if Gukesh had played e4, Magnus normally plays Sicilian, doesn't he?
Magnus actually plays everything. He plays. I would expect a Sicilian. That's what he plays the most these days. But he also plays a lot. Moving the king's pawn, copying
Maybe
white.
Gukesh wanted to avoid Sicilian.
It's possible, and we'll see now if we're gonna get a card spot. I expect Magnus to develop his knight here. His knight out, as he does. Now is the standard move in this position is to take this pawn in the center, followed by developing the bishop to pin the knight. And the reason you don't play this move immediately is that you give black the option of capturing this pawn, which is undefended right now.
We don't see it on the screen, Aryan.
That might be just our board waking up still. It needs a cup of coffee, perhaps. But in terms of the opening, I think it was a really good point, Lars, that you mentioned, since Gukesh plays both the king pawn and the queen pawn openings, that he might have wanted to avoid perhaps the Sicilian defense and chooses a more classical, more strategic positional approach for today's game. The bishop has just developed, targeting Magnus's knight. This is a very classical approach in chess. This opening has been around for a long time, and if you haven't watched the Queen's Gambit on Netflix yet, it's probably a good moment, because honestly, I loved it, but I love even more the real-life Queen's Gambit, that is the Queen of Chess, Judith Polgar's life story. All of these openings have been tested so many times on top level, and it's hard to come up with something new. It's hard to come up with novelties, hard to surprise your opponent. So I'm curious what you think about this, Simon, in terms of today, if you had to predict who is going to be surprising whom. That bishop move now, Magnus has played it and he stands up. Do you think it means that this is still his preparation and he's happy with what he got?
As you said, it's a position that has been reached multiple times. So right now, when I'm looking at it, Aryan, I don't see anything special going on. From Magnus' side, like, what can be really a surprising move that you would say that really could put Gukesh off guard?
I would say Magnus's last move signals that he wants to go for a very spicy position, because this is supposed to be a very aggressive option for black. I've played it quite a few times myself, but the normal move, the usual move in this position is to play this move to support the black center. By the way, for the viewers who are watching, this is called the card spot opening. You get this pawn structure here after you capture the pawn. It is the beginning of the card spot position. I don't know if you have some experience with this opening, Lars?
No, I don't know. Anna was very kind with me earlier on. I'm not a strong player. I'm an average player.
I wasn't kind. Lars is nearly 2,000 rated. 1,900 is very strong in chess. And it's not about openings. I'm with you. Openings are not as important as people think. You develop your pieces, you castle, and you enjoy the game. Opening
Yeah.
theory, I think, is too much emphasized, and maybe it's the easiest part to learn because you can prepare for the first moves, but it's definitely not the most important part of chess.
You know what the most important part is? It's like any other sports. Just go out there and have fun.
Yes.
Enjoy the game.
Yes.
Look forward to it. If you have that start, you're relaxed.
I mean, that's always been
Very good point.
Magnus Carlsen's main priority: have fun, and that's he says it himself. That was how he got so good. But the reason I'm saying that this is a very aggressive approach by Magnus is that usually this bishop goes to this square, and this is much more solid. And one thing that is funny is that actually Gukesh had this position yesterday against Alireza Firouzja from the white side. He also played this opening, but now Magnus might be surprising Gukesh a bit with this move, pinning the white knight. And here usually white pushes this pawn one square to be able to develop the
You know what I'm thinking?
bishop.
Maybe not push the pawn, but what if you develop the queen on the left side of the board, giving a check, and maybe you can pick up the bishop at the same time?
Maybe you can pick up the bishop, but here Magnus will develop the knight and protect the bishop, blocking that check with the knight. Otherwise, he will lose the bishop. So this is
But
the only
then-
move for Magnus.
It's a good suggestion from Simon because in this position the knights aren't combined. You know, the knights don't defend each other. So it's a
If the knight wasn't there, if the knight just disappeared off the board, that would be he could pick up the bishop on the next move. But
Yeah,
Knight is
the
there.
knight protects. This is so actually. The reason this move is not played in this position is that the queen is actually not very well placed on the side of the board. You generally want to try to eye the center. So actually, in this position, this move is more common, threatening the bishop and also keeping an eye on the central pawn.
But every beginner has been told that you have to develop all of your pieces. So why start moving the queen so early?
Yes, usually you don't start moving the queen so early. That's a very important point by Lars. That's why the most common move in this position is just to play the pawn push and focus on developing the minor pieces before you will eventually take out the queen. I'm surprised by the long think here from Gukesh, because this is certainly a position he has seen before. I believe he has had this position from the black side and the white side, but
maybe it's
I don't think it's something Magnus has played too much.
Yeah, he's like, what is his plan? Like, we always have this feeling when you play Magnus, the Magnus effect. Like, should I be worried? Should I try to surprise him myself? Because clearly he's trying to maybe surprise me with something. Maybe he got something prepared.
So let me show you guys how what the most common outcome is in this position. So usually white pushes the pawn one square, and here black actually challenges the white bishop on the right side of the board. And here usually white goes back to this square, keeping the pin on the knight. And here black goes for a very aggressive approach, pushing this pawn 2 squares forward, forcing the white bishop to retreat to the only square available. And then black will follow up with this knight jump. And this actually looks bad for white from the first glance, as the knight looks in trouble on this square and the pin. But there's a lot of theory here, and I've had this position from the black side a lot of times. I've actually studied this opening maybe 20 hours over the last couple years.
Wow.
20 hours being a lot or little for a grandmaster? Can you?
I'd actually say that's normal.
Normal.
Yeah, when you're.
We have a bit more work to do, I guess, the rest of us here. 20 hours on one variation, that's not the main thing to look at.
So you study
There's,
all variation, like what if this, then I played this, what if this, then I...
Just in this exact position, it's 6 critical moves for white. So it is actually a lot to study.
Rook C1?
Rook C1 is one of them, a very natural move suggested by Lars.
Then you're
protecting
fine,
the
aren't
knight.
you?
However, it's actually not the most critical because very often white wants to castle on the queen side. So by moving the rook to that square, you eliminate the idea of being able to castle long later. But
is it because of the pawn push, for example, on the right side of the board from black? So that's why you want to castle on the left side, so you have this huge attack. For example, yeah, this.
But having come to this position, you would think that this is not going to be a draw.
Yeah, that's this is a very spicy position, and it's exactly what Magnus is hoping for. If we get to this one, we're gonna get a big fight. However, actually, white has some deviations along the way that can make it more solid. And I would say, for instance, in this position, if white wants to play a calm game, they can capture this knight and move the queen, I believe, to this square. And suddenly, right now, you're hitting this pawn and the bishop. Now, I think black usually captures here, and this is much more. It's not as spicy because it's quite solid, as you have to trade the bishop for the knight, and you don't get the knight to the central square. So I would say this would not be ideal for Magnus, but Gukesh is still trying to remember his preparation. Actually, Vincent Keymer, the German superstar, had this position against Magnus in their famous World Cup clash in 2023, where he retreated the bishop to this square, where he defeated Magnus in that game. But that was not because of the opening, it was because of a blunder that Magnus did later.
You know, Gukesh is really, a quiet, polite guy, but I'm sure he has the beast in him. So I'm sure he wants to win. You agree?
Gukesh is currently on 4th place, and he also really needs to win, get those 3 points if he wants to fight for a tournament win. So he's definitely not in the position he wants to be right now.
He's going to try to win.
Both of these players are actually quite desperate for a win.
And we do have a knight development by Gukesh. After quite a long think, about 10 minutes spent on this decision, he decides to jump out with the knight, natural developing move. What do you think about this, Aryan, in terms of the time management? And can we say that Magnus has won the opening battle? At least he came with the preparation that Gukesh didn't expect for today.
I wouldn't go that far to say that he has won the opening battle. Gukesh had to make a choice which setup he will go for. This is still something Gukesh is familiar with, but this transposes back to a very famous variation called Rogozin opening. If I can show that from the beginning, an opening played many times by grandmasters, usually comes from his board is very funny. Yeah, so this position it's a bit different, but usually here black has this move bishop to the left side. This is the starting position of the Rogozin opening, which is supposed to be a very strong opening on the high level, played by Magnus many times, also played by Gukesh. And here one of the variations that white can go for is capturing this pawn and then developing the bishop to this square to pin the knight. And funnily enough, we have in the game transposed to exactly this position, but we got here in a different way. So it's very normal on this level that there's many nuances in the opening and move orders that can lead to the same position. And here, I don't think Magnus is too thrilled to see this move, because the variation I was showing earlier produces more fireworks, and this one often can tend to be more dull.
He wanted a fight. He still wants that fight, but he would have preferred a sharper, more dynamic position, as you highlighted, Aryan. So in terms of the approach of Gukesh, he's choosing a more solid, more positional way of handling this opening variation. Of course, it still will be a thrilling fight, but less of a chaotic. Everything goes crazy on an early stage of the game, isn't it?
It could be also a smart strategy from Gukesh that he's thinking that Magnus will anyway go crazy in this game to create chances, and then if Magnus overpushes, maybe Gukesh will be ready to take his chances. Sometimes it can definitely be a match strategy. Magnus's body language is not too inspiring right now. I hope he can find his energy. And
So what do we expect? C6 or castle?
so the main move here is actually still this pawn push, challenging
Okay.
the white bishop. But those moves that you suggested, Lars, they're very natural. This pawn push supporting the center, very natural move. Also castle is also a move in this position, but the main move is actually challenging the white bishop, and the bishop usually moves to this square, keeping the.
But did you say that black often castles on the queen side in this position?
So that was the other position I mentioned, that white castles on the queen side, but black always castles
Okay.
king side in this position.
Okay.
And the reason for that is it's just too many pieces on the queen side. That you have to develop so many pieces to be able to castle on the other side. So it's not very realistic. Usually, positions like this happen. The bishop goes to this square, and black makes these moves. But let's see. I'm expecting right now Magnus to castle or play this pawn push. It's taking some time there, Magnus. They're both familiar with this position. They're just trying to remember their preparation. Magnus now.
Simon, you are our professional Magnus impersonator, and when you're observing your boy sitting there like that, what does it tell you, and what do you think might be going on in his head right now?
It's very confusing because we've never seen Magnus in such a shape from past tournaments. He's always been really, really good. So I hope like this time he can manage to do something, because imagine if he loses this game once again, like what happened? What the world's gonna think? Where's the people's gonna think? Is it the decline of Magnus Carlsen? It can go really wild because we expect so much from him. In fact, we expect so much from both of them. So it's it's a tough situation for Magnus.
You mentioned it, Lars, earlier, the pressure on Gukesh, and also what Simon was highlighting, pressure on Magnus. It is a chess game perhaps with the most pressure when you combine the two players.
Yeah, and they have to be patient. And I think, Magnus is known for his end games, so I think that's part of the reason why he's spending some time here. And he's pretty calm. He knows that it's going to be a long game and he can wait. But so can Gukesh. I think this is really, really interesting to watch them. Not the least the body language. I agree with you. He's not that he doesn't seem very like he's on his top. Magnus.
Yeah, it doesn't look too inspired, which is very understandable. He has had the last two games winning positions, which yesterday against Prague he blew, and against Keymer it was a draw, but he was also actually completely winning in that game, so that was in his hands. It's really, really rare that we see Magnus losing two classical games in only 3 days. I think we have to go many years back to find that happening. But actually, famously, it did happen in this Norway Chess tournament 11 years ago in 2015. Magnus had one of the worst starts to his career. Worst starts in his career. He started with half points only after 4 rounds. And that was actually even worse than what is the score he has right now. That was a big storyline at the time, because the first round of the tournament he was playing the former world #1 Wesley from Bulgaria, where Magnus had a winning position. He had a checkmate in 7 moves, and he lost on time. He forgot that he was not getting extra time, and then he lost to Corona in the second round, drew in the third round, and then lost in the fourth round to Vichy Anand. So
But how did it go in the end? In that
no, that was one of Magnus's worst tournaments in his.
didn't bounce
He
back
lost the last
from
round
the
to
start.
John Ludwig Hammer.
Okay.
So that was.
That must have hurt.
Yeah, that was.
For those that don't know Hammer, Aryan, can you describe what is that like for Magnus? Like the difference in their level?
Well, Hammer is of course a very, very strong grandmaster, and he was around. It was almost 2,700 at the time, but I think he was like ranked number 40 in the world, maybe. But
they're
a very
good
strong
friends.
player, but not in Magnus's caliber, let's say.
They're personal friends. So
Yeah, personal friends. I mean, they're actually born in the same year of 1990, so they grew up together. But yeah, I mean, it's actually the only time I can remember Magnus having this bad start is back in 2015.
And he did not manage to recover that time. We are hoping that this year, over a decade later, will be a better attempt of bouncing back, because he really wanted to bounce back already yesterday, and he had his chances. That's what's crazy to see, Lars. I think we all were in shock that Magnus gets the winning position, and usually you see Magnus earn the position. He worked so hard to get the winning position, but then something goes wrong in time scramble, panic, nerves. It's not the same mindset and psychology that we usually see from Magnus. So the conversion wasn't there. The position was on the board, but he couldn't get the full point that he normally would. How do you see that, Lars? And for Magnus to have been world #1 for so long, and to stay motivated, to stay hungry?
Well, that's an incredibly hard thing for him to do, to be sharp mentally and always stay hungry. And he has things happening in his private life, things are going really well on many different places, and then keep it up on the board. That's really, really hard. But I think so far he's managed it, and I hope that this is not the first sign of him starting to lose more games. But of course, everyone will always ask these questions. When is this Magnus Carlsen era going to end? Is it now? Is it now? We have a similar situation with the dog mushing, actually. In Norway, we have a dog musher, Robert Shirley, who has won almost everything, year after year after year. And every time before the next competition, people say, well, he's not going to win this year. But he does it again and again. And so is Magnus. So never underestimate, a guy with this kind of experience. And the mental, he has the head, he has the winning mind. So I believe he can bounce back and actually he can go all the way in this tournament. There's still time for that. So, but yeah, that's what I find the most interesting. And again, back to this musher thing. I'm a dog musher, and what we experience all the time. Let's say a dog run lasts for 1 week, and we sleep 2-3 hours every 24 hours, and the dogs run all the time, and we have to take care of the dogs, and we have one leg where everything goes wrong. We think of ourselves like amateurs, and then the next leg is really good. And then you hit a storm, and something unexpected happens all the time. So you learn to take a blow mentally. And this is what Magnus has learned over the years. Those blows, he's gotten them many times. He has had some terrible losses. So I think this has made him better prepared for this situation. So he is mentally, I think he's strong enough to bounce back. So that's why I think
that is something Magnus has shown time and time again, bouncing back after losses. It's one of Magnus's strengths. There was actually done statistics on this, how often Magnus bounces back after a loss, and I think his rating performance was over 2,900.
Okay.
Wow.
Some statistics I saw a few years ago, how dangerous he can be after a loss. But unfortunately now it's been 2 losses in 3 rounds. But if there's anyone can do it, it's Magnus.
And speaking of statistics, we have a game theory segment every day. At the very start of the tournament, just to put it into perspective, before day one, of course, Magnus Carlsen was the most likely to win. He had almost about 60% chance to win. Even after he lost his first game, he still was the one predicted to win the tournament. But now, after 3 rounds, it's 51% chance to Alireza, and we see Magnus dropping back to third with 11%. But goes to show how strong Magnus is, that even though he's sitting at the bottom of the standings, the likelihood of him, according to game theory, to win the tournament is still there. And all it takes is 1 win in classical chess with the 3 points that you get here with our scoring system. He definitely is hungry for that first classical win.
We should mention what has happened on the board right now, because Magnus has played a move that I've never seen before in my life.
Wow.
Moving his queen to a central square. I mean, it does kind of look natural to unpin here. He's getting ready to jump with a knight in the center, but it's... I mean, we talked about it earlier with Lars, that you're not supposed to move the queen too early. He's breaking a bit the opening principles here. You're supposed to develop your minor pieces first. Magnus now surprising Gukesh by this move, and I haven't seen it in any Grandmaster practice at least. But his goal is to get Gukesh out of his comfort zone and get a fresh position where he can try to play for a win. So I like what he's trying to do here. Simon, what is the first thing that's...
Just a second, let me interrupt, because there's someone interrupting us here in the studio. Magnus Carlsen is in the confessional booth to talk about this move, perhaps. So let's go over to you, Magnus.
My coach Peter generally tells me that if I manage to surprise him, I probably surprise my opponent as well. And this time I've kind of surprised myself. I was thinking like knight f3 is not like generally the move people play, kind of transposed to a line of the Ragozin, which is generally, you know, black is just fine playing these bishop f5 lines these days. And then I started thinking, I've seen this move queen d6 before, but I didn't really know a ton about it. And then I was thinking, well, if I can refute it over the board, then I should not play it. But if I cannot, then I might as well. And so here we go. I'm pretty much... I wouldn't say clueless. Not completely clueless, but fairly clueless. And I have no idea what he knows, but should be interesting.
Magnus Carlsen says he's fairly clueless, but if he surprises himself, that means he also surprises the opponent. Wow, that has been the strategy so far, and we are in an almost brand new territory when it comes to this opening. Simon, your first thoughts on Magnus's confession and this approach of, okay, I don't know what's going on, but I couldn't refute this queen move, so it's playable.
Yeah, obviously Magnus knows more than me what he's doing, but I kind of feel a bit scared for him because in the last game, we remember the game where he moved the knight like so many times. He's trying, as you said, to bring new stuff and make Gukesh out of his preparation. Yeah, I hope this work this time. What do you think, Aryan?
Actually, Gukesh makes his move while we were discussing. I still think he's surprised, but the last move might look very weird to the viewers. He's moving his knight, which is centrally placed, back to this square. Looks a bit odd, but actually Magnus had a very serious threat in the position of putting his knight in the center here, taking advantage of this pin. So Gukesh's move makes a lot of sense to stop that, and is very common in the Ragozin positions to put this knight on this square to control the center, and then then perhaps focus on development. But I liked Magnus's visit to the confessional booth, and he seemed in a fighting mood and looking to get a fresh position here. And the more I'm looking at it, it looks like it's not a move that is easy for Gukesh to refute. I think we're gonna get a fight today like the other three games.
Yeah, if I was in his shoes, I would be like, okay, I lost many games. I need to play something really principled and natural opening. But he seems like, you don't care. You're like, well, let's play again. Let's do another game and see what happened and just have fun.
Yeah,
Seems
and
like that's the motive.
It's a clear sign that Magnus has a lot of confidence.
Yeah, a lot.
He's relaxed and he's attacking, and he wants to go for the unknown.
Yep.
And he was saying that if he sees a move that he doesn't see a refutation to, he doesn't believe his opponent can find it either. And I mean, you have to think that you're the best, and Magnus knows he's the best. So if he doesn't find a refutation to this quid move, he was just saying that he's why should I not play it? And right now, by this last move, actually, Gukesh does unpin his knight, which means that he does create a threat in the position. Let's say if Magnus now gets his kick to safety and castles, Gukesh could eliminate this knight, and after Magnus captures back, eliminate this pawn in the center, hitting the queen and the bishop. But this would be okay for black, however, after black, because this pawn in the center is also undefended, hitting the white knight, and after white captures the black bishop, black can captures back, and this would be an equal trade. This would lead to an okay position for Magnus, and he can. He's very active actually here, so this would not be a good outcome for Gukesh. So I think he's gonna, if Magnus castles here, Gukesh has to play this move first to defend his center, but then this becomes a threat. See if Magnus is gonna respond quickly or take some time. I do think he should castle here. Makes sense to get the king to safety, but he might be looking at other moves like this move just to support the center.
But if you do that, where's the knight going in the back rank? Feels like a bit stuck, no?
Actually, this knight very often goes to this square. Let's say if we get a position like this, both sides developing, the knight very often goes to this center square to also support his body on f6.
Would you prefer that, like for a beginner, would that be a great move to do, or you would consider more not pushing the pawn and developing the knight normally in the center?
Yeah, see if the knight belongs on this square or this square?
Yeah, for a beginner, for example.
I'd say for a beginner, you should always put it in the center of the board. So I would say this square that is on the board right now. But actually, the Ragozin opening is not something I recommend for beginners. It's very complex and a lot of nuances that you need to understand. So in these positions, actually, knight is a bit misplaced on this square because you need to defend the other knight. So actually, in this one, it does belong. Mostly goes to d7. It looked like Magnus was about to make his move there, hesitating a bit. What comes to your mind, Lars, when you see this position?
Well, I think I would play safe and play c6.
It's a very natural move.
Yeah. There he goes. And you know, this confessional booth, what a wonderful thing. And for Magnus to actually understand the value of it for the viewers, because all of a sudden we're inside his head.
Yeah.
And I think a lot more of the players should do that more often. Actually, I have tried to, inspired by the chess, I've tried to get the confessional booth into dog mushing.
Really?
Yes, in Femurløpet, Europe's longest dog mushing race, we have the confessional booth. So the mushers go into the confessional booth, you know, after having stood 10 hours in the storm on the sled, and they talk about how they're doing, how the dogs are doing, inspired by the chess.
Wow.
Yeah, with limited success, but we're trying. So I really think this is a good thing for the audience, for the viewers.
And in fact, Norway Chess was the first tournament to introduce this confessional booth. I believe back in 2019. It's been a very big success.
Yeah.
Magnus is the player that visits it the most.
Exactly.
Also, Hikaru Nakamura went there a lot as well in
And
last 2 years.
think if we can get this in football, you know, on the players on their way into the break or out on the pitch, you know, or basketball, you know, you can do this all over.
Yeah.
I like your suggestion, definitely. The more, the better. We hope that Magnus will go back several times. Yesterday, he was there 3 times. And if only Gukesh was there right now, because he left the board. Maybe he's on his way to the confessional. We'll definitely come back to this game, but leave Magnus to think for a little bit longer, because the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, is facing Wesley So today in a crazy game. So let's listen to them first as they arrived to the playing venue and then check in on that position today.
Wesley, today you're facing against the leader of the tournament. How excited are you about the game?
Well, very excited, yeah. I mean, yeah, to be honest, he's running away with the tournament with 2 wins in the classical. So it's a really crucial game. I mean, yeah, obviously I'd like to win a classical game at least. Yeah, but that
Would be my final question, because all your games went into Armageddon. Do you expect also today's game to go there, or you try to win the classical?
Well, I'm hoping to win a classical game, yeah. That's my hope. I mean, it's very important. Yeah, I mean, classical and Armageddon are 2 completely different games, so... But as usual, easier said than done. But I'm happy to play. I'll just take it as any other game. But Firouzja's doing really well, I guess. Maybe the quality of his games are not the best, but in time scrambles, also around move 40, he's phenomenal. I mean, to be honest, I really feel bad that he has to play with this injury. It's something, I mean, I don't want that to happen to any of my opponents. But he seems to be doing great, so.
Looking forward for the fight.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Alireza, first question to you. How are you feeling today? How is the pain?
All good, all good. Getting better every day, but still trying to recover.
Today, black pieces against Wesley. He's pretty experienced and strong opponent. What are we expecting from today's match?
Yeah, I think it will be a good fight. Wesley always pushes sometimes, and we'll see.
Best of luck and also feel better.
Thank you.
That is our tournament leader here on the left side of the camera with his injured leg that needs to be supported by the chair next to him, but it has not affected him poorly. If anything, Alireza has been in top shape and is the sole leader of the tournament. We need to check in with the position, because what I see is that the 3-time American champion, Wesley So, has his king on a square that's not the most common. We tell everyone to try to castle. He's not listening.
This game has been taking a fascinating turn, and so far I'd say it's definitely the most interesting game of the round. Actually, it started off with the card spot opening as well, the same opening as we saw in the game between Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen. But this one is a bit different. It didn't develop his bishop to this square. Went for a fast, very quick development of the light squared bishop. Here Wesley went for a really aggressive approach, a bit unusual to his style. Wesley So is known for playing a very solid chess. Doesn't take too many big risks, but here he's looking to get his first win, kind of going a bit all in. And you guys might wonder, like, what is this move all about? It looks completely crazy to not castle and just... it looks like white is trying to play King of the Hill, which is a game where you win the game if you get the king to the side of the board. But
Isn't it the hill in the middle? Isn't it?
yeah, I think there is one game that is also you have to get the king. Either you get the king to this square or this square, then you win.
There's so many chess variants.
There's a lot of,
also dock chess.
Yeah, there's a lot of variants, but it's a very mysterious move. But actually, the white king is shielded by these pawns, so it's kind of a common idea in these positions. It's not that easy to sometimes take advantage of a king that is a bit naked. Here, these pawns are shielding. Alireza develop his queen, and Wesley doesn't shy away, keeps pushing his pawn. The thing is here, if Alireza captures the bishop, Wesley gets a really nice pawn mass here on the king side, and these pawns can sometimes push forward and become very dangerous. So Alireza instead gets his king to safety, and it made a lot of sense to castle long here, because if you castle short, you're kind of you're moving into white's attack. So I do think that was the right choice. Wesley developing his knight to this square and clearing the path for the white bishop. Bit of maneuvering here, but I really like Wesley's energetic play. And here he's eyeing this square for the knight. I was expecting maybe Alireza to push this pawn one square up to control that. Instead, he has finally captured this bishop. And I expect him to perhaps develop the knight now to this square to stop white from entering with the knight. Anyway, it's a really fascinating position with some clear imbalances. I mean, white has these double pawns, and the king looking very funny on this square. I mean, from first glance, it looks like this should be a very good position for black. But it's not that easy, because these pawns can actually be an asset as well. They do control a lot of important squares in the center of the board, and kind of holding these two knights of black down. They don't have a lot of entrance square, because those pawns are doing a great job. Simon, what comes to your mind when you see this position?
I mean, if you move the knight like you just did from black perspective, I think the most common and natural move for me would have been to bring the rook next to the king, aiming the black's queen.
Which rook would you choose?
I think I will take the one on the far left, because the one on the right seems to really do a really good job covering all these pawns on the right side.
That is
really too much forward.
That is the correct rook. In fact, if you bring the other rook, that would be a big mistake, as this rook did a good job protecting this pawn. So Wesley should bring the other rook, and this forces the black queen to react. And it looks like this would be a good square for the black queen, putting some pressure on this pawn. This could be a possible way of the game continuing. And now actually white can put his knight here. Looks scary for black, as the queen doesn't have many squares. Go
you
here.
Protect the pawn and you attack the queen at the same time. So
you go here with the queen, but now white can trade the queens and capture this pawn. So this would be a very good position for Wesley. So maybe Alireza will put his pawn here first to stop the white knight from advancing. Lars, what do you think about?
Well, if I were Wesley, Alireza, I would look at Wesley's rook at h1. He's using one rook to defend one pawn, and why not eventually try to double his rooks on the E line, and then take command of the center. That might be a good plan for him.
That if he's able to achieve that would be a success. The problem for black is that white is meanwhile going to create his own threats and not let that happen, as it takes 3-4 moves. But if black gets a double on the only open file on the board, actually, it would be a success.
Maybe Wesley is hoping for an open H line to get those pawns, away, and then it will be more open.
And And Alireza actually has just moved his knight, but not to the square we were analyzing earlier. It's a knight jump right in front of the black king. It looks funny how the pieces are just all like in a little crowd there. But he's keeping the other square available for the queen when the rook will attack it. Isn't that the idea, Aryan?
Yeah, he's keeping the square for the queen, and
the
a
knight
natural
can jump in front of the queens in some positions as well. So he's choosing this knight maneuver, and the knight most likely will not stay on that square, is my prediction, but it might want to jump to the square in front of the queen.
Yeah, this is a square that Anna is talking about, moving the knight in the center and putting some pressure on White's pawn. So Alireza now wants to meet this knight jump, perhaps by going to this square. But then I'm wondering what happens if Wesley pushes this square, pushes this pawn one square up. Now black has to be very, very careful. Do you see what happens, Simon, if black now moves his queen to this square?
Oh, you can give a fork with a beautiful knight.
This would be a deadly check in the position that wins the black queen. This would not be a good idea for Alireza, so curious what he has in mind after the knight jump. Maybe he wants to go all the way up here with the queen and threaten this pawn. Might be...
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Might be a good idea, and then try to push back the white knight.
Would you bring the queen back if you were white, if you see the queen like that, or you would push the pawn?
I would probably push the pawn, because this queen looks very central and has a good placement on the d3. So I would not move the queen. Think he might just improve his rook right now, move it to this square.
And also the c file looks really tempting for the rook, no? Because you have this open file, and maybe you can do some tactics while capturing the central black pawn.
This one?
Yeah.
This is certainly a move, but I don't think the rook belongs here, because let's say after black moves the king one square to the left,
there's no attack.
There's no attack. I mean, if this pawn was on this square, the rook would do a good job here in the open file, but this pawn kind of shuts down any active play in the c file.
What about a3, b4, and then moving on with the pawns?
That's a great idea. a3, b4, creating pressure in the black positions. We might see Wesley doing that. I think meanwhile Alireza is going to try to put pressure on this pawn. Let's say a3. Maybe he will play a queen to this square. It's not that easy for Wesley to protect this pawn. You can push this pawn one square forward, but then black gets some squares for his pieces. Maybe now bring the rook in and try to get to this square. Anyway, a very fascinating battle. We have imbalance, and I think Wesley is going to focus on playing on both sides here. Try to play a3, b4, b5, attack the black king, and meanwhile Alireza is trying to take advantage of this exposed king.
When you say imbalance, is it because both king are in opposite sides? So that means like you can push like pawns on the left and on the right. There's a lot going on. Is it why it's imbalanced?
I'd say it's imbalanced because of the pawn structure. White has this double pawns, so it does look like black is better, because black has a healthier pawn structure. They have 4 against 3 pawns on the queen side, but at the same time white has more space in the position. It's not that easy for black to navigate his pieces, so there is imbalance because of the structure, and it's not symmetrical. We'll see what Wesley will come up here, but I really expect him to just develop his rook to the central square, attacking the black queen. And let's say if Alireza moves his queen to this square, attacking the pawn, perhaps Wesley can move his knight to defend.
Would you say Wesley creating this imbalance means he's aggressive right now and really going for it?
Wesley is going for blood in this game. He's also said before the game in the interview that it seems like Alireza is running away with the tournament. So I think he really wants to
Make a stop, you know, just
make a stop and basically put a stop to put an end to Alireza's
Momentum.
run. So
Yeah.
it's kind of going all in this game, and a bit of an unusual Wesley that I'm used to seeing. But Wesley actually can play very, very attacking chess, and a lot of his wins are really brilliant. If you study Wesley's games, I'd say a few years ago when he was younger, he produced so many attacking games, and his a lot of
I think
beautiful wins. So when he has to attack, he actually can be very, very dangerous.
I think one of his peak in his career was in 2017, isn't it?
Yes, 2017. Yeah.
Around these dates.
He hit his peak rating in 2017. He was world number 2 after Magnus won the famous Vikan tournament that year. So it's very impressive career.
Really impressive indeed. And while he's thinking, I want to talk to Lars a little bit about what you mentioned earlier during the broadcast, Lars, about your career, your lifestyle. And we hinted at the fact that you also play chess. Can you tell us more about the connection between the way you live and the outdoors adventures, and what is chess to you?
Well, you know, as many other people, it was my father who presented the chess game for me, and I was 5 or 6 years old when we started playing, and we played a lot of games, and he beat me every time until I beat him once, and then we never ever played again. But he drove me down to Stjernen Sjakklubb, a chess club in Oslo, and he got a membership for me there, and I played there, and I played chess during all my school years. And also went on these trips in the woods, and I brought a chessboard along and chess books. Bobby Fischer, of course, was a great hero, and so the chess game. I've always liked thinking and having time, quiet, and you can do that with chess. You have all the time in the world, and you can study for an hour, for 3 hours, you know. And being out in the nature, that's a perfect match. You know, so I for years and years, and I always brought chess books along on my trips. I don't do that anymore, but I remember that was really a good thing for me, for mentally. You know?
Because you're moving a lot. You know, you're outdoors with all the animals out there. You just told me before this broadcast that you were having difficulty with bear sometime. Can you talk about it?
Yeah, of course. I think all of us have one animal or a bird that follows us throughout our lives. My animal is the bear. I have more than 500 bear encounters, grizzlies, polar bears, black bears in North America, Scandinavia. And I've been in situations where I've had to scare them off many, many times. But, you know, you have to have respect for the bear. It's really smart. It's an intelligent animal. But it can read you like an open book, just like the dogs, actually. So the bear senses your mood, and it senses if you are afraid. So, honestly, I'm not afraid, but I have a deep respect for it. So just keep the distance, and you know, respect the animal, and don't threaten it or tempt it, and you're fine. But there's always an exception. 99 of 100 bears are not dangerous for human beings, but number 100, he can be a murderer. So you have to be prepared. And unfortunately, they don't wear number signs on their back. So you have to, you know, have a weapon of some kind to scare it off, not to shoot at it. The last thing you should do is shoot at the bear. Shoot warning shots. And you know, there's lots of things you can do. How to organize your camp. Don't keep food in the tent. Don't put up your tent down by the river or the creek. Put it up in the forest, a little bit away from the normal paths of the bear. You know, there's lots of routines that you follow when you're out there in the bear country.
That's amazing. Would you say you can read a bear when you see it, just by the body language?
The body language. The first thing that you that you ask us is this a grown adult bear or is it a young one? If it's a young one, it might be a little bit more skinny, longer, thinner legs, bushy ears. It might be a tough guy, in the beginning. But then if you stand up to it, stand your ground, and yell at it, hey bear, go away. And it'll stop. And if you look it in the eye, it'll turn around. But if it's a grown bear, an old one, a strong one, the boss, don't look it in the eye.
Oh my
Just
God.
stand there and talk calmly to it and say, okay, I'll go back the way I came from, slowly. Don't run. Don't ever run. And then the bear will sense it and they will let you retreat.
What happens if you run?
It'll start chasing you. Don't run.
It's like the dogs.
Yeah, there's a joke about that. If you have a partner with you, run faster than your partner, then you can start running.
But bears are really fast, right? If it starts running after you, it's over.
Faster than a human being.
Are you faster if you have a bike, for example, if they start running?
You do not have a chance. Even with a bike. No.
But with a car, you do.
With a car, yeah.
But it might lift up the car, right?
Yeah,
I mean, they're very heavy.
Nah, the bears are normally really peaceful animals, and a moose can be just as dangerous, but people don't think about it like that because the moose is so common. It's much more rare to see look a bear in the eye.
But you've seen more bears in Canada than Norway, right?
Oh yeah, we rarely have any bears left in Norway. We have a different policy. We have domesticated sheep and domesticated reindeer. So the mountains they belong to them. So we don't have many wild animals left in Norway, actually. Predators, anyway. But in Alaska, Canada, there are still a lot of them. So that's where I go if you really want to experience the wild and the bears and the wolverines and lynx and, go over there.
Canada is the way.
Canada is
Canada.
Fantastic. Yeah.
What about the wolves? Do they attack humans or?
No,
Only
wolves,
if they're in a pack?
The main danger with wolves is if you have dogs along, because they can attack the dogs. So you have to be really careful not to let the dogs run loose. But if you do not have a choice, then for instance, on this Across Canada expedition that lasted for 2 years and 7 months, I had 6 dogs. And in summer, they ran loose. And they followed me. They swam after my canoe across the lakes. And of course, this is wolf terrain. And at one incident, they took off after some caribou. But the caribou is a lot faster than the dogs. So they didn't stand a chance to get the caribou. But they ran towards a wolf pack. And 2 of my dogs were taken by the wolves.
Oh, my God.
But this is not the wolves' fault. This is my responsibility. This is how it is out there. It's merciless, and this really far to the closest village to civilization. So it's just you, and your dogs, and you have to take some chances out there. And it's really, really sad. And I really miss those dogs. Even today, I think of them. But it's part of it. It's part of it. You have to risk something to gain those fantastic moments that you get on these long expeditions.
Can you talk about that side of the expeditions, of what is it, the magic of that kind of lifestyle, and would you recommend it for people to try it out?
Yeah, well, it's you have to start small. Start with your nearest forest. Start on shorter trips, preferably in a young age, and get stronger, get more experienced, and then of course you have dreams. This starts with a big dream, and I've had those dreams since I was a kid. And, dreaming about crossing Canada and spending almost 3 years doing it, you have to walk a lot of trips before that. But it's the freedom. It's the freedom, and it's the combination of healthy food. You drink lots of clean water, no Coke, no diet, no sodas. And you eat fish and game that you hunt yourself, and you use your body all the time, almost every day. When I walk with a pack weighing 35 to 40 kilos, I could walk for 14, 15, 16 days, 10, 12 hours a day. And then I would have a resting day because my body tells me, now it's time to rest for a full day. But then you start again, and every kilometer of this wild scenery is you experience it for the first time. So every day is an adventure. And even if it's pouring down or if it's icy cold, you learn to live with it.
How would you say all these trips have shaped you as a person? Do you look at life in a different way?
You really learn to appreciate this. We sit here with dry clothes. We have had breakfast, all of us. We had a shower. We really should appreciate this a lot more because we can lose it like that.
So you live much more in the moment.
Much more in the moment, and you appreciate the small things. A small piece of bread.
I think we all need more of that.
Yeah, we do. We need reminders of it anyway, because that gives meaning to this life.
Yeah, it's true. When you have a bad night, like outdoor, I've been there camping and have a weird, I didn't sleep that well. But when you wake up and you eat in the morning, you're like, oh my God, I'm happy I'm alive. I'm happy I'm here. I'm happy I'm noticing this. So every little thing means more at the end.
Exactly. That's true. Yeah, no, that's the great thing about this expedition life.
Do you have a blog or videos that teach about wildlife, how you should act for not scaring an animal, so people, if they are interested in doing this stuff that you do?
Actually, I am on YouTube now, and I do it in English. It's Lars Monsen Wild. That's the name of the channel, and actually we just started that 1 month ago, because in Norway, people know who I am, so I can't go on the streets. People have selfies, and that's fine. But it's been a good thing for me to go to Alaska, Canada, abroad, and no one knows who I am.
Yeah.
But now it's okay. That's fine. So now I'm doing it in English, and we can go abroad.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
We definitely encourage our viewers to check out your YouTube channel. I'm already subscribed and I'm learning about outdoors living more and going on those expeditions. And maybe I will start small, maybe just like a one night in the woods with friends, but definitely check out Lars' channel, Lars Monsen on YouTube. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, we're going to break down what's going on in this game and the rest of the action here at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Will be right back after this very short break. See you soon.
Joining me today, Vincent Keymer, world number 7, and also on the very nice and excellent run in the recent tournaments. Welcome to Oslo, Vincent.
Thank you very much.
To someone who is new to chess, what would you say you're the best known for in the chess world?
Probably winning freestyle events.
Okay, nice. And how did chess come to your life, and what made you fall in love with the game?
Yeah, it was quite random, I have to admit. I mean, I'm not from a chess player family, so it's like I was 5 years old, I found the chessboard, I was curious, asked my parents about it, and they taught me the rules, and that's kind of how everything got started.
Where did you find the chessboard?
Just at home. Yeah.
At home?
Nothing special. It's really a very ordinary story.
And how did you fall in love with the game? What made you, stick to the game, to chess?
I don't know. I spent a lot of time with it right from the start, so something must have fascinated me about it. And of course, also the competitiveness, creativeness, everything. It's a great game.
Previous year, you had a speed rise from world number 20 to world number 4. And you now at Norway Chess, at all these top events, participating. When have you started following Norway Chess, and how did it feel finally being here?
Oh, it must be a long time ago. I'm not sure how many editions they've had here, probably like 8, 9...
From 2013?
Oh, that many already. Okay, then I missed a few. But the first thing that I vividly remember is like Dingley ran with the cooking competition, and also I think you had a broken hip at some point. Yeah, that's like kind of stuck. And of course, I was following the tournament, and now being here, it's something special for sure.
Norway Chess is also one of the probably only event where the draw is not a boring result, because you're getting Armageddon game, and it's first time for you. How are you going to approach that?
Yeah, it's gonna be completely new time control also. I mean, that we basically have no bonus until move 40 and then no extra time but 10 seconds. It will be quite special. So I don't yet know how that's going to work out for me, but yeah, I'm just going to see. I'm trying to play good chess, and I'm a firm believer that if you're like if you have enough energy and you play well, you are going to do fine regardless of the format or the time control.
Definitely energy will help in Armageddon. And also organizers behind the Norway Chess have created a new world championship, Total Chess. As a player, what would you say are the opportunities as well as challenges to such world title, where you combine the fast classical, rapid and blitz?
I mean, you have to prepare for a lot of games. That's always the case if you play more than one game a day. Also, that we have this very fast classical of 45 plus 30, I believe it was. That also means that, I mean, everything is getting more fast paced and the stake of everything is very high. So that's gonna be interesting and also very new. So I don't yet know what to expect, but of course it's an exciting new idea.
And chess is very popular in Germany. You have Bundesliga, you have many open events. How is it to be a professional chess player in Germany?
I think it's not that easy. I mean, generally there are quite a few people following chess, but there are quite few people doing it as a profession. I mean, basically it's the national team and the rest is living mostly from like something connected to chess, like courses, training, whatever. So it's not as popular or as big in terms of support or sponsorships as, let's say, India, Uzbekistan or such countries. But still, you know, we do have a very strong team, and I hope that, you know, my success, of course, also Matthias qualifying to candidates, that these kind of things help making chess more popular in Germany and maybe also drawing more attention.
Definitely, we hope as well. You mentioned to us that you're really good at cooking, and I want to ask you, what are you like to cook or bake the most?
I think baking is not my strong suit, so that I will not include. But I mean, it's not like I'm a great cook. It's more like compared to most chess players, I regularly cook, which I guess most people don't here. So that's it. But I mean, I generally like Asian cuisine, like Thai, Indian also, but of course also like normal things. Yeah.
So which would be like the best thing like that you would like to cook?
I don't know.
Anything, yeah. Okay. And you mentioned as well to us, if you could invite anyone to the dinner, dead, alive, or fictional, you would choose Fischer, Einstein, and Patrick Jane. Would you mind telling us what is it about them that made you invite them here?
I don't know. I like having interesting people to talk to, and I mean, I don't know them yet, but it feels like from what I've seen or something, it could be very interesting to have conversations with them and see how they view the world and such things.
We're also having here Norway Chess Women event, which is happening for the third year in a row. It is a truly special event. What do you think? Which impact does it have to the chess world?
Well, I mean, it's nice having both tournaments at the same time, same format and everything. So it's going to be very interesting for me. It's actually quite rare that we have like the same tournaments. Usually you just, I mean, you're together maybe for something like Grand Swiss or Rapid and Blitz, but that's about it. So also something new, and yeah.
Also same prize one, so. And also talking more about the women chess, because there are around 10% of the rated female chess players in the chess world. Which steps do you think can be made in order to involve more girls in chess?
That's a difficult question. I think it's probably about making it easier for girls or women to start playing chess, or like giving more motivation, because I believe it doesn't start at the top, right? Like to have more top players, you need to start from a broader perspective, get way more players, and then that kind of gets up to the top. So I guess that's where it starts.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to ask you, what is the most satisfying and also what is the most frustrating thing for you in chess?
I think satisfying is just good game, everything works out, like you get your prep, you play well, you get the advantage and just win the game. And frustrating, many things. Like, I don't know, messing up winning games, of course. I mean, even worse, losing winning games, which sadly also happens. but of course also maybe not getting tournament victories that you were leading. So it's not always easy, but I still believe that's part of the competitiveness, and of course also we have many great moments we can enjoy.
Definitely. And what does the good training day look like to you?
I think it's quite basic. Like, I would say if you want to keep going for training for a bit longer, let's say 1 or 2 weeks, you shouldn't do more than around 7-8 hours. So I would say around that for pure chess training, and then the rest fill it with, I don't know, enjoying a bit, exercise, bike tours, good food. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Thank you much, Vincent, for your time.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 4 and the top clash of the day. The one game and matchup that we all wanted to see. We've been waiting for a year for this. Is the return of the viral table slam moment. Will there be a table slam? At the moment, so far, I feel like this could be the calm before the storm. The reigning world champion, Gukesh here with the white pieces against the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. And we need to catch up with what happened, because right now, Gukesh has placed his knight on a square that's supposedly guarded. It's supposedly a move that would be sacrificing his knight, but it's not really a sacrifice, is it, Aryan?
It's a very puzzling move by Gukesh. Let's just go 2 moves back to see what happens. So actually Magnus played the move Lars wanted to play, c6 here, sort of supporting the black center. A very natural move. Gukesh responded with putting his queen, developing it to this square. Magnus now played this move, threatening the white bishop. And here, instead of moving the bishop, Gukesh responded with moving his knight to the side of the board here, hitting the black queen, and this certainly creates some fire on the board. So first of all, we should look at what happens if black captures that knight, because it is currently hanging. But that would be a huge mistake as the white queen comes down and captures this bishop with a check. And the black king would be in a lot of trouble in this case. So Magnus should not do that. I expecting Magnus to... It's actually, if he moves the queen here, Gukesh has planned to capture this knight. And Magnus doesn't have a good way of capturing that knight back. If he captures with the queen, Gukesh comes down with a knight here, a nice fork winning the rook. And if Magnus captures with a pawn, this is not a pawn structure that you would want to have with black. The pawn structure is really damaged here. These double pawns are looking ugly, and Gukesh will just drop his knight back with a better position. So it's a very important moment right now for Magnus to react in an accurate way. And the best move is actually to play this intermediate move, bishop takes knight check, before saving the queen. And the difference here is that after... I mean, actually, white doesn't have a good way to capture it, because if they capture with the queen, now black can just capture the knight as the queen is not hitting the bishop anymore. And if Gukesh takes with the bishop, now suddenly Magnus can just move the queen to this square and white doesn't have this capture. And this would be a safe position for Magnus. I would say white does have the bishop pair, but black doesn't have any major weaknesses. It's a very acceptable position, but Magnus has to find the right path here, eliminating this knight. And I didn't mention the third way of capturing, which is by taking with the king, but that would just be too much, losing the castling rights. And now also Magnus can just put his queen on this square, give a check, and hitting the knight and hitting this bishop. So this would be a lost position for Gukesh. So he has to capture back with the bishop here. This is what I'm expecting. What do you guys think?
Do you think that was a good move from Gukesh to plant that knight there hanging, or it's more of a bluff move?
Not necessarily. I think he wants to simplify the position by forcing Magnus to trade off his bishop. But I guess he didn't want to just move his bishop here. He could just have done that. I don't know if he was maybe worried about Magnus's queen hopping into this square, hitting the bishop and the pawn. Maybe that was what he was worried about. Actually, Gukesh had a fascinating continuation here by capturing the knight first, and after Magnus captures back, take this central pawn. Using the idea that, again, if black captures the knight, the bishop would be hanging. But this would not be working out well for Gukesh, as Magnus could just capture this knight first, and after Gukesh takes back, take the knight with a piece up for black. So I feel like the position right now is very decent for black. I like Magnus's chances. What are the first things that come to your mind, Lars, when you're seeing this position?
Well, maybe Gukesh wants to get rid of that bishop at b4.
That is his idea, forcing this capture here. I think Magnus has to play it. I mean, he's forced to find that move, because I really don't think he's going to allow this pawn structure, because it's really not a nice pawn structure for black, as the pawns are doubled, and white is at least slightly better here.
Gukesh must be expecting that Magnus is going to take that knight on d2.
Yeah, so we're expecting Magnus to capture that knight. Gukesh captures back, and now Magnus can save his queen. And I mean, Gukesh actually still doesn't have to drop back the knight, but Magnus will castle on the next move and get the king to safety. Maybe white can try to make a funny move, like moving this pawn one square to come with the bishop here to be annoying.
That does look very annoying, actually. How do you face it? So if now Magnus would castle, that castles into Aryan's idea. The bishop will be attacking both the queen and the black rook. If we show that for a moment, Aryan, how pretty that tactical pattern is. And that's why Aryan pushed the pawn to prepare this bishop move. So the pawn is supporting the bishop is attacking both the black queen and behind it, the black rook.
This would create problems for black, so after the pawn pushes forward, there's different ways black can deal with it. They can, for instance, push this pawn 2 squares up to stop the bishop from getting into this deadly diagonal. But then I was thinking, maybe now I can try to be annoying with this move, still insisting on getting to this square, also introducing this threat. So I will go back here, and I would say that this looks like a safer move, because now my rook is protecting the bishop, and I'm ready to take your knight, so you are forced to retreat. And I still think this is an acceptable position for Magnus, but it's certainly a very fresh position that has not occurred before, and it's been a bit funny to see that all Magnus's 4 games have gotten very fresh position from the start, not very theoretical and just mind against mind from the get-go, and I love to see it.
And if we reach that position that you're just showing on the board, that means that the whole white attack just didn't work out. So it's like, it's sad to see, you know, you're prepared with your bishop pinning the knight, and your knight is jumping in the left side of the board, like towards the black king. It's like now you have to retreat everything, nothing works.
Yeah, certainly a position where the dust has settled here. But I mean, it's still not a bad position for white. I mean, white still doesn't have any major weaknesses. They have the bishop pair, but it looks more harmless, I would say, because black does have good control over the center and have their pieces on decent squares. Let's go back to the live position. Magnus has been taking quite a bit of time. Actually, he's been thinking for 20 minutes on the last move,
20.
which does surprise me because I don't see any good alternatives besides capturing the knight. So I don't know what's going on. If he's actually considering to allow this structure. It must be something that Magnus is unhappy with, because otherwise he would just move quickly.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't like this position after all.
And he's reluctant to go for it, to give up the pair of bishops. But as you said, there isn't really an alternative because of the attack that you have displayed already, Aryan. So what do you think is going on in his mind right now? And I'm going to ask this question to you because you know him so well. You've been teammates, friends, and just as we were going to try to read Magnus Carlsen's mind, he says, here's the move. Now you can talk about my move instead of my thought process. He did play eventually that move, but after 20 minutes of thinking, 20 minutes is a very long time to spend on a move that you have to play.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan of this move because he's basically accepting this pawn structure right now after Gukesh captures the knight. I think what's going on in Magnus's mind is that he sees his position as very imbalanced. He has the 2 bishops, has double pawns, but at least it's a bit chaotic. And maybe these thinks that it's easier to play for a win in this position, perhaps. But I personally care a lot about pawn structure and weaknesses, so maybe I'm biased, but
We've seen Magnus play so fast in shorter time control, like blitz and rapid, where you have only 5 minutes on the clock, 10 minutes on the clock. He's so fast at finding moves, and when we look at the review after the game, it's like 95% accuracy. Like every move is like one of the best move there is. And now, why can he just not? Why have to take his time and not just blitz a little bit more and be more faster? Because we know he's really good on instinct.
Yeah, it's a good comment by Simon. I mean, Magnus is known to have the best intuition. There was a famous interview where he said that he usually sees the best move after 5 seconds. Like he usually knows what to do. But I think he's just trying to kind of find the most tricky position for his opponent, because sometimes it can be that if you make the most obvious move, things can just fizzle out and it can be easier for your opponent to play. So he's just trying to find the best way to test his opponent here. But I don't I would say like, he's been struggling to find his form in this tournament so far. His time usage has been rather strange.
And he did mention that in one of the previous interviews that he finds himself overthinking, which is not something that we are used to. Again, since you mentioned, Simon, how good Magnus Carlsen's intuition is, and usually he would trust his intuition very much. But having started so poorly, it does have an impact on one's confidence and how you find yourself. Lars, what is your opinion on that? On like that kind of situation where we have the goat of chess here, but he has been making mistakes he usually doesn't, and how it might be impacting his confidence and overthinking things that he would normally not overthink.
Yeah, well, Magnus spending 20 minutes on this move. I think 99% of every average club player would choose to hit the knight on d2 and avoid the double pawn. But he obviously sees something that we don't. And maybe he just wants to break the pattern.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is, right? He wants to complicate things as much as possible for the opponent. He's been trying to do that the whole tournament, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, and before, actually, oh, sorry, we do have moves. I was just gonna say something important, but I'm gonna let Aryan catch up with these moves, and then I'll tell you guys what we have coming up.
We got what we expected. Gukesh captured Black's knight, and Magnus immediately captures back, as is the only move. Taking with the queen would allow the fork, and now I do expect Gukesh to drop his knight back to defense.
And then Gukesh must be happy. That's my view on it.
I do like White's position here. I think his pawn structure is inferior for Black. White has an easier game. I don't really like this for Magnus.
We'll continue with this game, but we will also recruit one more commentator for all of you watching this broadcast. Before we bring her on to talk to you, let's just have a reminder on who Judith Polgar is. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us live on air is the Queen of Chess herself, Judith Polgar. Judith, welcome to the show, and thank you for taking the time to join us here.
Hi, Anna. It's nice to be here with you.
We have just watched the brilliant trailer of the Netflix documentary Queen of Chess that documents your life, your career, and how incredibly inspiring your stories, both to people who play chess and also people who don't. I would like to ask you first about the documentary and how your life has been ever since the documentary came out in February. What was the reception like, and how do people approach you now that you're basically a Netflix star?
Well, it was very interesting and a new experience making the film, being part of it. I was filmed several days very intensely, actually in 2024 when the Olympiad took place in Hungary. And I was helping out the crew regarding in connecting people with who were in the film. Of course, Gary was a big thing that he was part of the film, and it was very special when I was sitting in the audience when it was premiered at the Sundance with 1,200 people there. And to see yourself on the canvas where people are seeing your story who had not known what chess is or who is the Polgar family or myself. So that was quite exceptional experience. And ever since, I'm quite busy, busier than before, a lot of engagements and exciting. I was very happy that there are so many people, not only from the chess community, but also completely people who were outsiders telling me that, oh, I'm going to buy a chess set for my daughter, and comments like that.
We certainly have all enjoyed watching the documentary. Well, I was lucky to also be included in it to talk about your inspiring story, but we were just discussing it in the studio that everyone has watched it. We are recommending it to everybody too. And it is truly the real-life Queen's Gambit. A lot of people watched Queen's Gambit and the story of Beth Harmon, but that's fiction. What you did is true. It's real. You made the impossible possible.
Yes, I remember when the Queen's Gambit series came on air, and I've seen it, of course. I was one of the first ones, I think, when it came out. And I even got some phone calls, congratulations with this series. I said, well, I have nothing to do with that. But yeah, it was something nice that regarding the performance and the achievements, it is people talk about that like it's the real, it's not the fiction story.
We have our studio here, I think, eager to talk to you as well, Judith. We have Simon, Aryan, and Lars today. And I'm going to give it to you, Simon, first, because I see it in your eyes. I see that you want to ask a question to Judith yourself.
Yeah, I mean, how are you 25? You look amazing, just like I'm really wondering. But no, seriously, I think it was amazing seeing that that documentary with the relationship with Kasparov, with the pawn move. Like, did it touch it? Did it not? And like being this woman in this surrounded by men. Like, what do you do? What do you? How did it feel inside at that moment?
Generally speaking, the fact that I was the only girl and later woman grown up in this environment, I think it helped me that I was playing with adults from a very young age, from age 6, basically. That's why I grew into it, and it was natural for me, much more natural for me than for the other guys who were experiencing having me in the tournament, being the only woman. And well, of course, this story with Gary, it's very special. It haunts me kind of ever since, and I think it haunts him, of course. It's a story, you know, where it was maybe one of the first cheating situation which was caught on a camera, and I think this was also part of it. That's why it was such a big deal. And well, you know, ever since everybody's asking me, what do I think? Why didn't I say something? And the situation is very complex, I must say. That, of course, we expect champions to show being a role model, also being a fair play player. At the same time, we know that many champions are so eager to win the game and fighting it out that sometimes they can't control themselves and they try to take a move back. I think we can say that there were many other champions also who was trying, but maybe already later on they were not so successfully made the move back.
Well,
Lars, I know you want to jump in as well. We have so many questions to Judith.
Yeah, I do. Hello, Judith. Very nice to talk to you. You have really been you are a shining star for women all around the world, not just chess players. I'm a dog musher, and we compete on an evenly with women. So for me, it's natural to think that women and men should compete in the same classes. You know, what's your thoughts about that?
Well, I'm kind of alone in this, I think. Of course, I grew up in an environment, in a family where it was very much supportive that you're a girl, but obviously you have your brain. It's not a physical competition, so you can do it if you get the same circumstances, possibilities, opportunities as if you would be a boy. And this was the way I grew up. So as I played this way, with this attitude, with this mindset, and I was successful, I do believe, of course, that women can reach the highest level in chess as well. Unfortunately, I'm the only one who reached the top 10 actively for more than 1,000 days. I was altogether in playing with the elite players. And I do hope that in the next decade, we are going to see other girls who are also trying to achieve this level. I think the problem is that generally society are not very supportive, coaches are not very supportive, parents are not believing, or it's a more difficult road to support a girl to be the best they can on the chessboard and not being tempted to go on girls' competition to collect trophies. So I think this is the problem. Once when the parents are very supportive and they don't care about the trophies, but they care about the best possible training possibilities and the best possible performance that the girls can perform. And also the coaches will be motivated to raise very talented girls to the very high in the world of chess. Then it's going to be changing. Otherwise, it's not going to be changed.
Wise words, Judith, and we hope that there will be a change. Norway Chess certainly is trying their best and matching the prize fund both for the Open tournament and for Norway Chess Women. There's a gentleman that wants to interrupt us. His name is Magnus Carlsen, and he's in the confessional booth. So let's listen to Magnus and then continue with his game. Since you were a commentator earlier, a few years ago together, actually, Judith and me were sitting here talking about the game. So if that's okay with you, I'm going to bring back those old times. I am definitely one of those who would love to have you every day commentating with me, Judith. I miss your company. But these were some of those earlier memories from Norway Chess. And we want to hear your thoughts on the game of Magnus Carlsen today as he's facing the world champion Gukesh. We'll listen to Magnus first and then have you helping us out, if that's okay, Judith, to analyze his game.
Sure.
Questions you may ask. Did I miss knight b5? Yes. Was it an unpleasant surprise? Yes, at least initially. Do I think my position is playable? Yes, I also think it's playable now. That's all.
Judith, what do you make of that? Magnus Carlsen missed knight to b5. He did think it was an unpleasant move to miss, but he still believes his position is playable.
Well, first of all, I love his confession, what he made in the booth, because of course this is one of the main reason. Well, apart from that, Magnus is playing really good chess, but we love him because he's honestly sharing his views, and especially we are happy, or I'm happy, when he does this about his chess moves. So knight b5 was blundered. This is very clear, and instead of panicking like many of the players would have done and cursing himself probably, he said, "Okay, this is what it is, and let's see what we can do." And it's interesting. I saw you were discussing that how come he allowed bishop f6 and doubling his pawns, right? At the same time, we know Magnus, he likes interesting positions, interesting challenges, and this is absolutely one of that, because it's very rarely happening in this structure, I think, that we see these double pawns. Black has the bishop pair, and yeah, after all, he's playing with Gukesh, who is the world champion, and I think he's also happy to play with him.
Happy to play with him in a sense that he's extra motivated. Do you think that last year's viral table slam moment is something that he would like to make right today over the chessboard? What are your thoughts on last year's game between them and that moment in particular?
Well, that went viral, obviously. Non-chess player friends of mine also, they suddenly thought, okay, what happened again around Magnus? Because, of course, it happens sometimes. He's giving out his emotions, definitely, clearly. And but in that moment also, obviously, it was very clear that he was very unhappy with himself, and it had nothing to do with his opponent, his anger. So I think generally Magnus is very happy to be challenged, and clearly in this game we see something like that.
Aryan, let's show the most recent moves and analyze it together with Judith. If you could break us down the last pair of moves that happened on the board.
Yeah, so Magnus went for this structure with the double pawns, and now he's been developing his knight to the left side of the board. Gukesh is developing his pieces. This pawn was threatened on the g2 square. Gukesh defends it. So we have a imbalance in the structure, and it was interesting. Magnus visited the confessional booth. He felt okay about his position. said it was very playable and fighting. Personally, I think White is slightly better, and I think the main problem for Magnus is it's very difficult to play for a win here. Hard to find a plan to put pressure on the White side. What do you think, Judith, when you see the position? And by the way, we're of course very happy to have you with us.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting, the position. One main question I'm thinking, where White is going to be castling. Is he going to go castle long side, or he wants to castle short side? Because, yeah, I understand you that probably you would be rather playing it from the White side, right? It seems like more stable. At the same time, I think at one point it can be c5 break. Maybe if Black plays, I don't know, bishop e6, castles long side, and then king b8, and at some point to play c5. That can be something to consider. I don't think Magnus is very happy with his double pawns.
That seems to be the only pawn break, and just when you mentioned that Magnus develops his bishop, I was expecting him to put it in front of the queen, but he goes all the way to the side of the board, stopping White from castling short. So if Gukesh wants to castle now, he has to go for long castle. That's what we're expecting him to do. And I would assume Magnus also wants to castle long eventually.
Yeah, I was
maybe he has to. Do you think he's worried about this check, or that's not something he minds?
I was thinking about bishop h3, but this is what I was worried, that White can go at some point either immediately instead of castling long. Also, I would consider bishop f5 instantly, or to castle long and in a later stage to go bishop f5. At first, I thought I would be more happy to keep my bishop on e6, because after bishop f5, I would not capture it. But here Black has no choice, right? After bishop f5, Black has to exchange it. In this case,
yeah, because then you can capture, with the pawn, right? And you fix your pawn structure. Seems like Magnus is not worried about bishop f5.
Well, to have the bishop on pawn on e6, suddenly what you showed, it was a really cheerful moment. I think
that would
come in dream of Magnus that it could ever happen. So that's why he didn't care and went on to play bishop h3.
That would indeed be a dream for Black. So I don't think Magnus is too thrilled with this position. Usually the ideal square for the knight is often on this central d6 square to also stop the bishop from entering to f5, but it seems very slow now to try to get the knight around there. Regardless, I think White has the options here. White has a healthy pawn structure, and Black needs to be. Black is a bit on the defensive. It's going to be hard. Magnus has to cook some magic in this one.
Judith, if you had to predict the result in this game, sorry for cutting you off there. We already had our prediction time earlier, and I wanted to put you on the spot as well, if that's okay. Would you say that this game will be decided in Armageddon or in this classical game?
You know, it's kind of a lottery ticket at this point. Of course, it seems like it's kind of balanced, but no, it will be decided.
Okay, decides the result in classical. I think we are all rooting for that. And before we let you go, because I know that you are very busy, as you said, that there's so many commitments you have ever since the documentary came out, and everyone should watch Queen of Chess on Netflix if you haven't done so yet. But I do want to ask you also about our tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, how he is playing here with an injured leg. What are your thoughts on that? And also, have you had any experience like that, either for yourself or your opponents being in a similar situation?
Actually, I'm very fortunate that I never had such an incident that it would affect me so much physically. Of course, I was playing with fever. That was the case, one I remember very clearly and vividly. But I also know when you have this kind of problem, it can be very inconvenient. At the same time, it's not necessarily goes on the bad way. it can easily be that actually you're going to be performing better. And it's not because you start to play better chess, but basically I think psychologically it shifts, that you don't have the tension, you don't have the pressure consciously or unconsciously that you have to play well. You know that you're not in the best shape you could be, so you can just play freely and do the best you can. And we've seen that so far he is the leader. So these incidents not necessarily taking away the possibility that someone plays his very best.
I think those were very wise words by you, Judith, and we want to thank you for taking the time to join us. We hope that you might join us other days as well, but we understand that you're very busy. We would love to have you. The more, the better. Judith Polgar, everyone, the queen of chess, all the way from Budapest, talking to us about Norway chess. And again, you got to check out the documentary if you haven't done so yet. Thank you, Judith, and see you soon again, I hope.
Thank you very much. Bye.
In Norway Chess Women, we also have such exciting battles. But before we go to the games themselves, I think we have our game theory predictions changing a little bit from the previous day. Bibisara still leading. She's on 29% chance, according to our game theory expert, Mehmet. But Divya, she keeps gaining. By every Armageddon win, she keeps climbing up one position, and her game today, Aryan, is promising to be fireworks.
Fireworks is really the right word for that one, as she is looking to get her second win in the tournament. I'm sorry, it's actually the third win. I mean, she's having currently a really good position here. This bishop on this square is a monster, pointing towards Black's king. This opening has really been going in Divya's favor, and right now the Black king is on so much pressure. The White rook is active. I mean, if we compare White's pieces to Black's pieces, everything is in White's favor. Let's go a few moves back to just see how we got to this position. Divya went for a Vienna opening, developing the bishop very early to this c4 square, and it looked kind of like a calm position. And then suddenly Divya found a very genius plan of moving this knight away to this square, supporting this pawn push. And basically after this point, her position improved drastically. She got this pawn break and got a lot of attack. There was a critical point here where Anna Muzychuk took this pawn in the center and missed this pawn push by Divya. It seemed like a really nice in-between move, opening up for this bishop instead of capturing this pawn back. Because in fact, if you would take this pawn back, Black gets time to react before White gets this pawn push. So this was a really nice in-between move, and suddenly this bishop is shining. If Anna would now, for instance, capture this pawn, White would eliminate the knight, and the Black king would be in a lot of trouble as the queen comes to attack it. Instead, Anna tried to block this diagonal with a knight, but after we got these trades, the dust settled, but it ended up with this super strong bishop against this defending knight. So Divya's position is amazing here, and I think this is kind of like every attacking player's dream. What do you guys think?
Can you show the tactic that Divya got if Anna just do a waiting move
in this position?
Yeah, in this position. For example, Divya do a waiting move. What is the tactic?
Like if Anna moves
Anna,
her queen away from the 7th rank, I think.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, so if Anna is like not careful here, let's say she makes a random move like moving the queen to the last rank, White has a really nice winning tactic. We're gonna give that to Lars because he's a strong player.
Now, well, just take the bishop. I mean the knight.
Yes,
Hit
exactly.
knight.
And he's sharp, and this just wins the game for white, because after you take it back, there is you lose the defense for the pawn in front of the king, and this leads to checkmate.
Make another waiting move than the queen move.
Yeah. So
for instance, a6. Yeah.
Yeah. So if the queen actually cannot be on this this path for this sacrifice to work, because if you make another move, now this capture doesn't work because black can capture with the pawn, and suddenly the queen defends the mate. So the queen basically has to not be on this square, and that explains why Anna on the last move played her queen one square up to have defense on the king.
And that's why we have to look at every variation possible, because I only thought about, you take the knight with the rook and the queen's gonna take back, but I didn't think about that pawn. What if you take with the pawn, then it changed the whole thing. Now there's no attack.
Exactly. It's
so you have to be
always consider every capture in the position, and this one keeps a nice defense. But that being said, it's still very, very tough position for black, as black doesn't have a plan to sort of activate their pieces. If I was in Divya's shoes right now, I would just bring my rook to the center of the board, basically stopping this pawn from advancing, because I think Anna wants to push this pawn one square up to try to shut this diagonal. But now there is no defense of the knight.
H4 before you move the rook.
Pawn H4.
Yeah.
That's also a move. You want to like go one square up, or yeah. I mean, white is really up for choice here, while black is on the defense. So I would say every move leads to an advantage, and this is just a golden bishop against a bad knight. I'm really expecting Divya to take this one.
That will be quite the journey for the youngest participant of Norway Chess Women. She has won all of her matches so far in Armageddon, but to win in Classical, that's 3 points. She could suddenly jump all the way up to the top of the standings, depending on Bibisara's game against the reigning Women's World Champion.
That would be huge for the standings for Divya, making her first appearance in Norway Chess. She's doing good so far, but she still hasn't won the game in Classical, which gives this huge 3 points.
Yeah, that's true. And since we mentioned that the tournament leader is Bibisara, we could check in also on that clash between the Grandmaster from Kazakhstan, Bibisara, leading the tournament, and the reigning Women's World Champion, Wenjun. Can Wenjun stop Bibisara's run, or will Bibisara manage to prevail in this clash? I think the central pawns have disappeared in this game, so we could catch up with what's on the board currently, Aryan, and break down the main factors of the position.
This one is certainly less calm than Divya's game. We have a symmetrical position. Let's just count the pieces first. White has queen, 2 rooks, and 4 minor pieces against queen, rook, and black also has four minor pieces. So it's a equal material and a very symmetrical structure. So I would say this one is very, very solid so far. I'm seeing that Wenjun has spent quite a bit of time. Bibisara currently leading by more than 30 minutes on the clock. That being said, I don't think Wenjun's position is too hard to play here. She's looking to develop her bishop on the next move, and she can always bring her bishop back to the defense. So let's say if we get this continuation here and Bibisara tries to take advantage of this pin, I think here Wenjun can bring her bishop back to defense. Perhaps capture this one first also, and then bring the bishop back to defense. It's looking calm so far. So no fireworks in this one, but it's possible that it becomes more interesting later. But for now, I would put my money on Armageddon.
It could be the first Armageddon of today, and I think we all want to see more chess. Lars, what's your opinion on that? It's not a usual format for chess tournaments we accept that there's a draw. Draw is the most likely result in chess, in fact, but we want to see a winner. So there is Armageddon.
I love it. I just spoke to Kjell Madland here a few minutes ago, and I told him, wow, that's a genius move you made, because it's much more entertaining, and you get rid of all these boring draws, you know. And again, I think this is something that other sports could learn from. For instance, I love football. Let's say every match that goes draw, you finish it off with a penalty shootout, not from the penalty mark, but from the 16 meters yard, and then that would be really entertaining. And one more point to the winner.
I would love to see that. I think more sports, as you said, should introduce something that makes it that there is always a decisive result.
Exactly. It's really nice. I love it.
It's about breaking the more normal pattern that we see in everything. How to break it and make it interesting and alive again.
Yeah.
Well, this position might not be as lively as some of the other boards, but it could mean that we'll be heading toward an Armageddon between Bibisara and Wenjun. We will take a short break, but when we are back, we are heading back to Norway Chess with our top clash of the day being the reigning world champion Gukesh against world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. See you very shortly again.
I'm happy to be joined by Jiner, the women's world number 4. Welcome to Oslo, Jiner.
Thank you.
First, I would like to ask you, for someone who is completely new to chess, what are you the best known for in the chess world?
I think people know me for fighting chess.
Very nice. And there's always special story, and I want to ask you, how did the chess come to your life, and how did you fall in love with the game?
I started playing chess at 4 years old. At first, it's just a fun game, but little by little, I take more serious about it. I love the creativity of chess.
It is your first time, it's your debut at the Norway Chess Women. I want to ask you, when was the first time that you started following the event, and how does it feel to be finally here?
I follow Norway Chess for many years because I think it's one of the most high-level events in the world. So yeah, I follow it for many years, and my impression is the tournament is always very professional and exciting.
And last year you played at Norway Chess Open tournament, and now you're invited to play in the Norway Chess Women with the best, female chess players in the world. How special is it for you?
Yeah, it's very special for me, and I'm very grateful and excited.
Last year, you went from world number 10 to world number 2 after Hu Yifan, who's not playing actively, in less than a year. It's just absolutely incredible jump in the chess. Which aspects of the game improved the most during this time?
I think I became more stable psychologically, and at the elite level, small improvement can make a big difference.
Very nice. And what do you think is the most satisfying and frustrating thing in chess?
Besides the winning and the loss, and there are the third result.
Okay. And how does a good training day look like to you?
Maybe include the opening working and the middle game or end game training, and then some blitz game.
Very nice. And what do you do outside of the chess which helps your chess improvement?
I think maybe good sleep exercise or spend some time away from chess also help.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and for the answers.
Thank you too.
Norway Chess comes to Oslo from Stavanger. What is your thoughts about this?
It's fantastic. It's something me as an Oslo citizen have been dreaming of for such a long time. Norway Chess has been just a fantastic institution for 12, 13 years, but it's always been far across, the mountains over in Stavanger. And now it's here in the center of Norway, by the ocean, in the city where I live. I love it.
What about the location? We are here in a public space. A lot of people, not only chess fans, but in general, people who are coming here to read. Do you like this location for chess tournament?
It's perfect. I mean, one thing is all like the books and the atmosphere, which suits very well with chess, but it's also what you say, right? The public, your regular people coming around, and chess in Norway is huge, right? It's one of the biggest sports in terms of spectators in Norway. So everyone hanging out here will sort of know that Magnus Carlsen is here. It's huge. The biggest chess players in the world, they're here, they're playing, and it's I think it's dragging a lot of attention, and it's a very I can when I'm walking like all the floors here in the Deichman Library, I can hear people talking about chess, like, oh my God, did you see him? Did you see him? So yeah, it's perfect that it's here.
Let's talk a little bit about how big is chess in Norway, and also the next question: how big is Magnus in Norway?
Well, I think chess is huge in Norway, because Magnus Carlsen is huge in Norway. And I actually had a discussion with my boyfriend yesterday, like, what is the biggest Norwegian sports achievement in history? And he was like, Magnus Carlsen. No doubt that Magnus Carlsen is the biggest sports personality that Norway has ever had, because becoming world champion in chess is such a historical, it's such a huge event. Chess is something everyone can play. And Magnus Carlsen is maybe the best in history. And he's Norwegian, he's from this small country up north, right? So it's huge, and every Norwegian knows this. And every single Norwegian person knows Magnus Carlsen. And I actually checked Wikipedia once. Magnus Carlsen has more languages on Wikipedia than the Norwegian king. Probably he has, the same as Erling Haaland, which plays football, which is like the biggest sport in the world. But Magnus Carlsen is huge. I'm not from the chess world at all, but I'm now working full-time with chess and have been for many years, because Magnus Carlsen is, or used to be, the world champion in chess, right? So in Norway, plenty of people just work full-time with chess, people who normally wouldn't. So, and you see it on the numbers of viewers on television. It is one of the biggest sports. And when we had the World Championship and when we had the World Rapid and Blitz, then it breaks all records with the number of viewers chess does. So it's fantastic.
And then finally, as a citizen of Oslo, how would you welcome and invite people here to join us?
Well, okay, so Oslo might be a small capital city if you think about the rest of the world, but it's packed with a lot of cool stuff. I would always recommend people to go out in the ocean, take the boat to one of the islands, because that's where sort of Oslo shines. And then, of course, we have the Good Night Pub, which is an institution, which is fantastic. The atmosphere at the Good Night Pub, where you can play chess and have a beer and just meet people, is fantastic. When you go to the Good Night Pub, Magnus Carlsen often hangs out there. And he can chill out there. Of course, people come over and ask for autographs and stuff like that, but even him can sort of stay at the Good Night and just have a good night. And then, of course, we have a lot of cool restaurants. The library is fantastic. You can go up and see Holmenkollen, the ski jumping arena where you get the view of the entire city. And I would also recommend, now that summer is coming, to hang out in the parks. Just like bring a picnic carpet, bring a bottle of wine and some good food, and just hang out, because a lot of Oslo people will be in the parks.
Well, thanks for all the tips.
And of course, bring a chess set to the park. Thank you, Katie.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 4, and the action is heating up. The main clash of the day is the one between the reigning world champion Gukesh and a struggling Magnus Carlsen. He hasn't found his form yet here in Oslo. We will go back to that showdown soon, the main clash, but there is this German gentleman here on the left side, German #1, Vincent Keymer, facing 20-year-old Praggnanandhaa. Prag beat Magnus Carlsen yesterday in Classical and is now in 2nd place. Aryan, let's check in on that pawn structure, and why is there no pawn in front of Vincent's king where we would normally see it? They are a bit further away, the bodyguards.
This has been a very fascinating game to follow. The reason that pawn is not there, we have to go a few moves back to see. This was a Reti opening where white fianchettos the bishop. So to fianchetto the bishop means to put it on this square and getting it in this diagonal. And here Pragg put his pawn in the center, trying to occupy. Vincent plays this move, which might look weird to the viewers because black could capture it, but that's actually not a good idea, as Vincent could move his rook, attacking the black knight, and if the black knight moves, you capture this pawn with a good position for white. So instead, actually, Pragg developed the bishop, and now Vincent completely closing down the center with the pawn to this square. And here it looked like a bit of a boring position, but Pragg completely spices it up by going for a very interesting pawn sacrifice. In fact, if Vincent captures it, it leads to excellent compensation for black after this bishop move, and the knight is pinned, and you cannot really protect it either as you lose the rook. So instead he just defended his central pawn here. Pragg supporting his pawn, opening up for the bishop, hopping in the center here, Vincent, and Pragg just ignores this bishop. Vincent captured. Around this point I was watching, and I kind of liked Vincent's position. He's ready to strike in the center with this pawn push, and he has the bishop pair. But one thing to remember, guys, is that in closed positions, the bishop pair is not necessarily very strong. That the knights can actually sometimes be better in closed positions. The bishop pair does much better in open positions. So actually here, Pragg has understood this position well and opens up for his rook now, and then move the knight. He's basically ready to meet white's pawn push by creating counterplay for himself. And they're both trying to maneuver their pieces into better squares. This is a very famous knight maneuver in this position, and the knight often heads to this central square, and white knights is also trying to head to a central square.
It's quite a lengthy maneuver, and that's why white is trying to push the pawn and break out before that knight maneuver can actually be executed, isn't it, Aryan?
Yeah, Pragg captures the central pawn, and Vincent took back with the pawn, and this explains why there is no pawn on this file of the king. Pragg played this move, striking in the center, and after the capture here, in fact, Pragg has sacrificed the pawn because he could not capture that pawn back, as he would drop the knight, and here defends his knight. But remember, guys, that this is double pawns. This is not a very healthy pawn structure for white. So for Pragg to be pawned down here is not a big deal, and he is in fact threatening to take it on the next move. So a really fascinating position. Weak king for Vincent, but he does have a very strong light squared bishop. I'd say currently all 3 results are possible here, and I'm expecting a huge fight. Simon, when you're seeing such an unusual position, like, what comes to your mind?
I think white can be attacked in a lot of sense, you know, with the. Of course, the dark square bishop is not there anymore, so he cannot have this nasty diagonal checks on the king. So it's not too bad. I prefer the black position just because, I mean, it feel it feels like the rook is open, ready to get that pawn, and it feels really the dynamic. And you said before you went in all this variation, you said like a pawn sacrifice not so long ago. And often when we have a pawn sacrifice and we're like, is it a blunder? We take it right away. We're like, oh, you might not have seen that. Like, I'm taking a free pawn, but yeah, we just saw that it's actually a nasty tactic with the bishop pinning the knight and the rook. So it's a good reminder to always look for tactics. Whenever there's something, your opponent gives you something, always ask yourself, is that really for free? Or if there's any plan coming up, right?
Yeah, these are very important points to keep in mind. And now Vincent is thinking about where he should put his dark squared bishop, but that has not developed yet. This bishop has not moved a single time, and we're on move 17 right now. And if you guys look at the time situation, Vincent has 45 minutes against Prag's 1 hour. And I would say that this is certainly a position where having a time advantage could play a major role, because the position is not easy to play, and the players could get low on the time. And as we know in this format, getting low on the clock can be a huge factor, as you don't get any extra time before move 40. And Vincent just made his move.
Is that a pawn push in the center? Indeed, he's trying to break through in the center and open the file for his queen. That queen would look really nice in the center if everything gets captured on the square where he pushed the pawn.
I like that move by Vincent, especially because he does have the bishop pair. So if he opens up the position a bit, let's see if Pragg captures that pawn right now. Vincent would capture with the knight. If we get this trade here, as Anna pointed out, suddenly this bishop can go to this square and create a battery here against the black king. This bishop really wants to develop. That being said, Pragg doesn't have to take this pawn. Could also maybe just capture this one, but then maybe Vincent has planned to push this pawn forward one square. So certainly a lot to think about here. But I really think it's a three result game with all the imbalances, and potentially Vincent's king could be weak too. Whose position do you prefer when you're seeing it for the first time, Lars?
Well, maybe black, because of the rook on b8.
Mm-hmm.
And this bishop, the white bishop on c1, where's he going with it? Maybe to c3 eventually. I don't know, to point towards the black king.
Yeah, that makes sense. He was to put this bishop on this diagonal. There's not many other squares for that bishop, so this rook is doing an excellent job here, controlling a lot of important squares and not letting white's rook activate. So
this pawn on f5, it's lost, is it? Sooner or later. But black is probably not in a rush to take it.
Black is not in a rush to take it, as it is not going anywhere. But this might be an annoying pawn push if Pragg doesn't capture the central pawn. So I'm expecting him to trade here and perhaps go for this one. And I would say this is more. We have more clarity if this would happen, as there is not as much tension in the center, and Pragg's knight can go to this square. I think I currently like Pragg's position a bit more because of the king safety and having extra time on the clock. But we'll see.
But now in that position that you had there, the white bishop could end up at a3.
Yeah, putting the bishop here. Putting pressure on this pawn.
Yeah.
Sorry, the board is acting a bit weird. This is a very important pawn. If the bishop lands here, it would be a very strong bishop, especially because it can get supported by this pawn as well. Bishop a3 is very very strong move, and I mean black has to defend it. I would expect maybe the rook coming up here, trying to also create some headache for the white king. Okay, we got a move.
Pragg has just captured the central pawn of Vincent. We are expecting Vincent to take that back with the knight.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna hesitate here. He's gonna make his move quickly, Vincent.
I think we could show how certain trades are favorable and certain trades are absolutely not recommendable. For instance, instead of capturing the pawn, if white was like, what if I trade my bishop for the knight? That's something that you shouldn't do. Even if the bishop and the knight are worth about the same value in chess, you always need to compare the quality of those pieces too. And right now what we see is that without that large squared bishop around the white king, the king's safety here has massively become a real problem for white. So you need to, whenever assessing a position, you also need to make sure that you understand what are the roles of the pieces and what trades are favorable and what are trades that you definitely want to avoid. So one that white wants to avoid for sure is that that bishop disappears from the board, because that's huge for the king and the defense of the king.
Indeed, this bishop is really shielding the white king, especially because also there is no pawn in front of the white king to defend it. So white is very dependent on having that bishop. And Vincent did capture the central pawn back, and Pragg responds immediately there by also capturing. Vincent takes with the queen. And now I'm really expecting Pragg to capture this pawn, regaining his material.
So this is what we were talking about earlier, how now white's queen is centralized and you are finally ready to develop the bishop. That bishop, Lars, that you were pointing out, how it needed a bit of a maneuvering earlier to get out, but finally it could be developed to the long diagonal where it would be creating a battery. A battery in chess would be that the queen and bishop oftentimes are standing on the same diagonal, and it's really powerful because they're working really well together as a team. What are your thoughts on this, Lars? If I may ask Lars first about the pair of bishops. Do you like playing with the bishops or do you prefer the knights? And how do you like the bishops in this game?
In this position, I would prefer the pair of bishops. It's more open, and right here, I would prefer the white position.
I'm fully with you. I would love to have those bishops in this position as it opened up and all the factors you mentioned. And now pressure on the pawn. So instead of the queen bishop battery, Vincent chooses another strong move.
No, but Vincent plays the move of Lars. This is a move that Lars wanted to play. Maybe you should play instead.
I don't think so. I don't think so. No.
It's true, Lars. It is the plan. And now what can Pragg do about it? That pawn is being attacked by the white queen and the bishop. A lot of pressure on that central pawn. You cannot allow that pawn to be dropped because then white would have a passed pawn. We saw in all the earlier rounds how important a passed pawn is in an endgame. It's something that is just a single pawn, but in an endgame it will become a queen. So from the least valuable piece, it could become the most valuable piece, and that pawn there on d6 in the middle of the board for black is something really important to protect. But you have to use a rook to protect it, Aryan, is that?
Yeah, there's not many other ways to protect it. I mean, for instance, you could put a knight here to protect it, but this is really not something you would want to do. Black becomes very, very passive, so yeah. It's very important to chess when you're like thinking which piece to use. You have to compare the piece activity and become very passive. Your position gets cramped, and here black gets very much on the defensive. So I think this one makes much more sense because you're also you're protecting this pawn, but you're also introducing some threats against the white king. So it's important to put some pressure on the opponent and not end up too much on the defensive, Simon.
And maybe you're trying to make a battery with two rooks. You know, the rooks likes to be connected. They like to see each other. So in my games, I always try to make them linked. You know, it's really, I feel it's much more stronger in attacks when they're all connected. Yeah,
and black can indeed double the rooks here. Let's push the rook one square. It becomes a pretty double-edged position. I would expect Vincent to eventually tuck in his king to this square, but at the same time, this rook can also swing over to this square, supporting some nasty threats against the white king. So,
Aryan, why do you move the king like that? What is the thought behind this?
Actually, he did.
Oh, he left the rook.
He left the rook, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the move I was expecting. The reason I thought about moving the king here is, like, let's say if black gets the rook on this square, pinning the white bishop, let's say if white is not careful, suddenly threats like this will appear. And here I would be very scared with white, because you cannot move the bishop, and black is about to win material. That's why I really wanted to step out of this diagonal to be able to have a free bishop. But that also comes with a cost, because now the black rook could shift to this side of the board as well, and having these kinds of threats. But let's go to the live board here. Vincent is currently taking his time. I mean, it is very natural to bring this rook in the game as well, of course, to centralize the rook.
Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I was just going to say, since Vincent is not taking a bit longer, it gives us a chance to go back to our main clash of the day. But before we analyze the position of Magnus Carlsen, I do want to share some insights from the world #1 and how he learned to play chess and how he approaches chess training. Over to you, Magnus.
How did the chess come to your life, and how did you realize that you fall in love with the game?
I started playing chess originally because I wanted to beat my older sister at chess. My father, he was and still is a keen amateur player, and he kind of figured that I might have some talent at it, because I really enjoy just sitting down and doing something for a long time. Like, I was a fairly patient kid. Eventually, I really got into it, and haven't looked back since.
Definitely. And what would you say does a good training day look like to you nowadays, since so many things changed?
I don't train a lot, so for this tournament, like, I've looked at some opening stuff, but otherwise I haven't done too much. So I am not a great role model for a lot of kids these days, because I mean, most of my training is playing.
Not much training, says world #1 Magnus Carlsen. Of course, he has now other priorities, his family, his son. He's here with his family in Oslo. He's the only one among the players who is staying at home. And sometimes you can catch Magnus Carlsen on the train coming to the public library to play chess here. So it's quite a sight to have the Norwegian superstar taking the public transport and take selfies with fans, signatures. Every day, Magnus is approached by so many fans, and it's heartwarming to see how he is always very generous with his time and attention. Even after yesterday's loss, he was giving autographs and taking pictures with his fans. When it comes to today's game, now that we are catching up with the position, Aryan, could you highlight what are the changes since we last talked about this position with Judith, who joined us earlier, the Queen of Chess, Judith Polgar?
Actually, quite a lot has happened since we last visited this game. So this was where we left it off, and we have gotten 5 more moves. Gukesh played this move, attacking the black bishop, and Magnus could retreat it, but he decided to eliminate the knight. Here I really expected Gukesh to capture with the queen, just to sort of like keep that healthy pawn structure and eventually go for long castling, but he chose to take with the pawn instead. And Magnus now did play a mysterious move, moving the knight all the way to the back rank. But for the viewers, it actually is very standard in these positions. The knight belongs on this square as it eyes these 2 central squares. This is a perfect place for the knight. Gukesh strikes in the center. Magnus captured that pawn, and after Gukesh took back, he could take back with a knight too, but took with the queen. The knight got centralized, hitting the white queen. The queen moves, and Magnus attacks the queen again, and the queen moves to this square. So the sort of like the nature of the position has changed a bit as Magnus traded that bishop for the knight. I would say that if you look at this position from a fresh standpoint, you would think that white is better here, again because of this double pawns and the pawn structure, but it is not so easy, and I didn't like this capture for Gukesh, and the reason for that is that I'm not sure where white is going to put the king. Like, you cannot castle short here because this bishop is controlling this square. The king is not allowed to castle there, and if you choose to castle long, I would not say that the white king is very safe here with this pawn being gone. Maybe Magnus could eventually try to launch an attack. So I say the last few moves has been in Magnus's favor, and Magnus might just keep the king in the center. Regardless, it's a very fascinating fight here. Very, very double-edged.
Could Gukesh go to f1 with his bishop, and then try to get rid of that black bishop?
That's a very natural move suggested by Lars. He might do that. He wants to castle short. I would think that Magnus would trade in this case. King takes. Maybe put his queen on this square. Go to this square. The thing though is that without the light squared bishop, actually the white king is not that safe because these light squares are a bit juicy.
But you took you back with the king. Why not the knight and then move the knight away and then rook, then castle? I mean,
let's see. You want to take with the knights?
Yeah, let's see how that goes.
So what I would be worried about here is if the black queen comes to this central square,
of course,
hitting the rook, and once you move the rook, you can suddenly not castle anymore.
Of course.
So it's not so easy for Gukesh. Maybe he will keep the king in the center too. I think Magnus's goal right now is eventually try to push some pawns. Let's look at the time situation. Both have around 45 minutes, and we are on move 18. So this one is really about to spice up, I would say, especially if they're getting lower on the time. It's really far from a solid drawish position. So it's certainly what Magnus was hoping for today. We're getting a fight. Both of these players are huge fighters. So I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I think we're all getting excited because this is what we were hoping for, and the players are delivering, going for fighting chess. This is anything but a drawish or equal position. Interesting how the engine, the computer, assesses this position as equal. But what we see in the top left corner of our screen is the Norway Chess bar, the Norway Chess evaluation bar, which takes into account more human factors as well. I hope that we will have Mehmet joining us at a later stage or another day to talk more about the details of how the bar assesses situations. But the point is that a computer's assessment would be if players play perfect chess. But these are two human beings. Time pressure will kick in. Their form matters. If Magnus is playing with one side or the other, it usually favors Magnus. And we see that this bar is giving 51% chance of likelihood to Magnus to win the game, even though it's supposedly about equal according to the computer, and very low chance for Gukesh. 43% chance as a draw, and only 6% chance for Gukesh to win this game. That looks like absolutely crazy, no king safety for either of them. Lars, what do you make of this? That it's heavily favoring Magnus, the human factors that this bar takes into account.
That's very interesting, and I think actually there's some truth in that. That's part of his advantage now, his experience, and yeah, I think as this plays on, that might be a deciding factor.
I'm with you on that, and Simon, I think you also are probably observing right now the body language, the facial expressions. Do you see Magnus enjoying the game more than how it started at the very beginning?
I mean, I was watching the Norway evaluation bar, and I wonder if it takes in consideration the losses that Magnus had in this tournament, or if it's just Magnus in general. So maybe that's a question we can ask the creator after. But yeah, right now it's really annoying for the castling for Gukesh. Magnus is putting a lot of pressure on the king side with the bishop. So yeah, it's not so clear.
Not clear at all. And I think while we were discussing all these games, by the way, we were trying to predict which game might head to an Armageddon. Aryan, I think you have some thoughts on, even if we are not going to switch to any other game, of course, we will stay here on the main court, but there might be a handful of Armageddons today, and one of them could be the game of the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja.
Yes, we talked briefly about the game between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja, and it looked crazy in the beginning. The white king moved to f2, and Wesley decided to not castle. It's a very fascinating opening, but right now certainly the dust has settled, and we're off to a knight endgame, which looks quite drawish. I really believe that this is the first game in the Open that is going to go to an Armageddon. Well, it might look a bit strange that this pawn structure. I mean, white has the double pawn, so one would think why is black not just much better here, as they have 4 against 3 pawns. White has his double pawns, but the answer to that is that these pawns actually control a lot of important squares. So Wesley's position is okay here. Both sides have no weaknesses, and it's kind of one of those situations where it's a bit of a fortress. You cannot make progress, and yeah, I would expect it to go to a draw.
To a draw, yeah.
And Alireza now needs to deal with that hanging pawn on the right side of the board, because if a pawn disappears, now that would give, of course, winning chances. Is it just good enough to shift back with the king and protect the pawn, or does he need to play something else, Aryan?
Yeah, that's very natural by Anna, just protect the pawn. I mean, it's either that move or pushing this pawn 1 square up. I mean, that's the only way to sort of protect that pawn. But to me, this doesn't look like a very natural move, because you are improving white's pawn structure by letting them trade off the double pawns. So I would think that this is what Alireza go for. Actually, by the way, this is also possible, but I just don't see any way for white to make progress here.
So likely heading towards a draw, which is the result that we are not sad about here in Norway when it comes to draws leading to Armageddon. So these two players, if they make a draw in classical chess, they'll have to fight it out in Armageddon. We will head back to the main court, to our main clash of the day. But before we address the position, I'm gonna put you on the spot, Aryan. A lot of people know you, but for those who don't, can you please tell us about your journey in chess? You're a grandmaster, and you're still so young. When did you start to play chess, and how can any of us become as good as you? Could you please give us some secret tips?
You make me very happy, Anna, when you're calling me that I'm still so young. I like to think that, but I'm turning 27 soon. I mean, it's still.
Is that not young?
It's still young, but it's like in chess terms.
Look at you there.
In chess terms, is.
Wow, so many memories, and right next to Magnus.
Yeah, I've known Magnus for many years. It's a trip to Los Angeles in 2023. We were going out in LA. It was a very fun trip 3 years ago. Good memories. Yeah, I mean, for those who don't know me, I started playing chess when I was 5 years old, and I've been playing chess ever since. The highlights of my career was winning the Norwegian Championship 2 times. I won the World Junior Championship in 2017. That was a big moment for me, winning that world title. I've played the World Cup many times. I've played in Norway Chess a couple times, and I've also played the Olympiad for Team Norway many times. So I'm currently ranked in the top 100, and still I still compete actively here and there.
We appreciate that this year you have joined us, and we do have that draw that you called that, by the way, Aryan. So Alireza Firouzja and Wesley so now have about 10 minutes of a break before they come back for the Armageddon. What you have mentioned about all of these results and accomplishments, you are such a humble, down-to-earth guy. Like, it's how... I'm just like, he's a top 100 player. He could be playing there, right there with the other grandmasters because he is a super grandmaster himself. Like, how do you stay so humble and kind and also spill the beans on how to get good at chess, please?
Thank you so much for the warm words. I don't know. It might have something to do with my upbringing. My parents are from Iran, and I was maybe raised in a in a good way. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it is very much in the Iranian culture to be polite, I guess.
But I'll help you a little. You have to be born with a certain amount of talent, and you have it, obviously. And what is that? What is that talent?
Yeah, I think so. I was just in love with chess ever since I was five years old. I really was the happiest when I was playing. I think as you said before, like, it's important to have fun, and if you have the love for chess and you feel good when you're playing, it's easy to improve. So I was just playing a lot.
Did you put a lot of work, a lot of hours each week?
Yeah, for sure. I put in a lot of work, but I would say that I'm certainly a product of learning by doing. I was playing a lot. I was the most active player in Norway when I was around 12 years old. I was just playing tournaments every weekend in Norway. And
how important was Magnus for you?
That was huge. I mean, I remember first time I met Magnus was in Norwegian Championship in Moss in 2006, and I was 7 years old at the time, and I was almost shaking. Magnus was 15 years old. He was playing his last Norwegian Championship. He won. He was just about to break 2700. And I mean, my whole career when I started, I was just like following his games and looking at him as a hero. So
and then that hero became your teammate and friend. It's quite a fairy tale story.
That was a weird shift. I still remember the first time I played in a team with him in 2015. It was a big moment, but I was always a bit starstruck.
Are you still starstruck to some extent, or
I wouldn't say no, not to the same degree. Now it's more just a friend, and just not. I mean, it was more when I was a kid.
Have you won a couple of games against him?
I've won 2 times, but not in classical. I've beat him in the Norway Chess Blitz and also Norway Chess Armageddon. I was super close in 2021, actually. I was about to play the winning move. I had a winning position, but then I somehow messed it up, and it ended up in a draw. We've played. I think we've played like 10 classical games over the years. So I played against Magnus many times.
What does it feel like to play against Magnus?
It's a weird feeling, especially the first couple times, because I would say you have so much respect for him that when you get a good position, you don't really believe it. The first time I played against Magnus was in Norway Chess 2020, and I had the +2 advantage, which in chess terms is a winning position. But I remember during the game, I didn't think that I was like necessarily better. I thought maybe I was slightly better, but because you know that he's so good, you don't really expect him to make mistakes. And
I know that feeling. How it feels to play Magnus. I have played him twice on TV.
Tell us more about that experience too.
It feels like you're a wet washing cloth afterwards. He's just wiping the board with me.
Yeah, it's
Not very funny. Well, it's interesting. You know, he's and also Simon Agdestein. I know Simon. He's one of his first trainers, and I've played with Simon many times on social occasions, late Saturday nights and so on. And I tried to, you know, and I played him many times, but I never beat him.
Simon is extremely strong. He was number 17 in the world at his best, and I mean, he basically is the father of Norwegian chess. I would
he's
say.
still
I mean,
around.
he's. But Magnus Carlsen, John Ludvig Hammer, who had the 3 highest ratings in Norwegian history of chess, were all produced by Simon in a way. So we all had him as a coach.
Yeah, Simon deserves a lot of credit for what Magnus has become.
Yeah,
does.
I don't think Magnus would be Magnus without Simon.
Yeah.
I think to this day, when Magnus is asked what's the best advice he has ever gotten in chess, I think to this day he quotes his childhood coach, Grandmaster Simon Agdestein, and how Simon Agdestein made him be more curious about openings, because Magnus was, if I recall it correctly, the story was that Magnus at a young age was playing the same opening at that stage when Agdestein started working with him, and Simon just picked up a book from his bookshelf, just any book, just randomly picked up a book. He's like, study this, I play this tomorrow. Just make him get used to being out of his comfort zone, experiment, learn new things, and not just go with what he knows very well. And he has become such a universal player. It shows that from a young age, he was educated that it's good to come out of the comfort zone. It's good to be in new territories, because through that new exposure, you learn a lot more.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We are learning here a lot, but we're also learning actually that we have new moves. We do have new moves. As much as we love story time, Magnus Carlsen is playing the main game of the day against the reigning world champion Gukesh. Last year, this very same clash produced the viral table slam moment. Right now, it's not looking like Magnus is frustrated. He is, I think, according to our Norway Chess Bar as well, in a situation where he's trying to play for a win. He has gone into this risky pawn structure. He's giving up certain factors in his game for the dynamic compensation of the activity of his pieces, stopping Gukesh from castling. And this rook move, Aryan, if we could break down, why is Magnus's rook on the 5th rank? What is it doing there?
Yeah, that's quite a mysterious rook move, and you guys might be wondering where this rook is heading. I personally don't know either. It's a very funny rook lift, but it's just controlling some squares on the 5th rank. Perhaps it can support Magnus to push this pawn. Let's say if White decides one day to castle long here, this rook could play a very important factor now. Let's say if he pushes this pawn and creates attack against the white king. So it's just controlling some squares. But what is interesting here is that Magnus, I believe, is going to not castle in the most normal way, but I would call it castle manually. So he would
he'll walk the king to the right
walk
side
the
of the
king
board.
to the king's side and get it to safety in that way. I don't think he's planning to castle long here, as the white queen is eyeing this pawn.
But why not just leaving the king there? I mean, the queen is guarding it. It feels safe, no?
Yeah, it does feel safe, but it is kind of blocking the view for some of Black's pieces, because it might be that this rook belongs to the center of the board here, pointing towards White's king. It's a position that is not so easy for both sides to play, but I'm liking this more and more for Magnus. I think it's a bit harder for White to play here, because on the last move, Gukesh moved his bishop 1 square back, which is still not clear to me what he wants to achieve. Maybe he wants to put the bishop on this square, but there are some knight jumps that he always has to keep in mind. Now both players now down to 35 minutes. It's getting very very exciting. Currently, it's Magnus's move here. I mean, he could, for instance, consider to move his knight to the center of the board and trade these knights. This is an option for sure. But I don't think it's very smart to do this right now, because white can push his pawn one square up and bring his king to this square. It does look odd, but maybe white can then push in the center, get his rook in. So right now it's still hard for white to organize their pieces. I'm really expecting Magnus to just move his king to this square. It improves his position a bit, and if now Gukesh tries to play in the center, maybe Magnus can bring his rook and try to put some pressure.
What feels natural for me when I look at this is the left side of the board for black, just making sure the pawns are not hanging, but try to push them as much as possible, because we see the black bishop doing a good job not making sure the king cannot castle king side. So what about just improving the rook on the queen side and the queen and try to advance the pawn? Would that be a great idea?
Yeah, you mean this rook to this square, or?
No, on the black side.
This rook?
Yeah, or supporting all the queen side pawns to march forward.
Yeah, this is certainly very natural to try to go for this pawn push. I'd say especially if white castles long here, this becomes very natural. And if the position opens up, the white king could be in a lot of trouble.
So if there's no castle, you wouldn't recommend this?
It's still possible, but I would definitely secure my king first if I was in Magnus's shoes, because especially just if the position opens up, you don't want your king to be in danger. So now, if let's say the king gets to this square, the king feels much safer, and it makes it much more natural to try to support the pawn push.
That would be a dream scenario if we get the black rooks into the game, and then finally there would be some access to that white king that is sitting there in the middle of the board at the moment, feeling safe behind the pawn structure of white. But what you highlighted, Aryan, if that file opens up for black's rooks, suddenly the white king will no longer be that cozy.
Yeah, the white king is right now struggling to find a safe home. I mean, big question. Like, do you leave the king in the middle of the board, or do you try to castle? I would think that white should leave the king in the center, because to me it doesn't look safer on this side necessarily, because the position could open up. So I would be really looking at trying to hide the king on this square and basically use the pawns as shelter. What do you think, Lars?
Yeah, for white, I think that sounds like a really good strategy. For black, is it an idea to advance with the pawn on h3 and probably
this one
on h3?
h6?
h6, sorry.
You want to push this pawn?
Yeah, and get rid of it. Maybe open up and.
Yeah, that's a natural instinct. It might certainly be something.
If something white goes to f2 with a king,
might be certainly something to consider for Magnus. I think here Gukesh should be careful, because like if he captured his pawn, this becomes very dangerous. So I would suspect that Gukesh will just leave this structure, try to protect. But I really believe that Magnus's triumph card is this pawn push. This is how he's gonna try to win the game. So if a dream scenario for him would be getting this pawn push in, and if his rook activates, it can really get dangerous for white. And as I said, that Magnus does play that rook move that we discussed, and is hinting towards this move. So
from a defensive and attacking perspective, I can see that right now Magnus is clearly the one attacking, right? Gukesh seems to be careful, defending everything, but how long it's gonna take?
Yeah, Magnus certainly has some ideas here, and I think, for instance, like if this pawn gets pushed, it's very important for Gukesh should try to not open these diagonals, perhaps push this pawn one square up, and that's why in this position maybe you can consider this move to try to meet this pawn push with going one square up, but I don't really like this for white. I think, for instance, here black could trade the queens, and if we get a situation like this, black should be doing very well because they have a nice pawn mass on the queen side, and if these pawns get going, it's two passers pushing forward. So certainly a critical moment, and it's a big question what Gukesh is going to do with his king.
Very much so, and that's why he's spending longer here, the reigning world champion, in a tough spot right now, deciding how to deal with that pawn push that could give the open files to Magnus's rooks. It is going to be, I think, a moment where he does invest more time than usual, sensing how important of a decision it is. We are going to take a short break while Gukesh is figuring out the complexities of the position. And when we are back, Wesley will be facing the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, in an Armageddon game. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. This is day 4 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and we do have our first Armageddon of the day. To the left, the tournament leader, French #1 Alireza Firouzja, against the 3-time American champion, former world #2 Wesley. So Wesley has the white pieces. He will start with 10 minutes. Alireza only 7 minutes, but in case of a draw, it counts as a win for Alireza. So black has draw odds, but less time. Wesley in a must-win situation. This is going to be thrilling. Lars, we were talking about Armageddon being this really crazy, exciting format that forces a winner. There is going to be a result in this match.
And it's very entertaining for us who are watching this. So, to make it clear for me, what decides who plays white or black?
Wesley playing the white pieces, and he has to play for a win.
Okay.
He does have 3 extra minutes on the clock.
Yeah, but sorry, you misunderstood. Why is Wesley playing white and not black?
Oh, great question. That is a great question. They keep the same color that they had in the classical game.
Simple as that.
That's a very good point. In other tournaments, they might make you choose, and some people prefer to play white and have to try to play for a win. Others are more solid. But you are right. They are repeating the same color as in classical chess. And are they repeating the same opening Aryan when it comes to these first moves? I think if we just go to our full screen for now.
It has repeated the same moves, but we'll see if Wesley will play that actively with his king in this one. Actually, Alireza is pausing a bit. He's thinking if he wants to change the trajectory of the previous game. Oh, it seems like the board is stuck. Yeah, I'm not getting.
So this is the current position that we see that Wesley is pushing on the king side, this aggressive pawn push, and not caring at the moment about king's safety.
Yeah, it's kind of a similar vibe to the previous game. Wesley pushing his pawn forward. Right now, we didn't get the card spot as the last one. Expecting Wesley to develop his bishop right now. He does, and Alireza develops his knight. So they're still in the opening stage, trying to get their pieces on good squares. I would say the opening looks very decent for black. Alireza has his pieces on good squares, and he's offering a queen trade, Alireza, which I think is a good strategy for Armageddon, because the endgame is very solid for black.
It's all theory now. There's nothing, no weird move.
I'm not an expert in this exact opening, but I don't think they're in a famous theoretical position right now. It's a bit out of it, but that's very often the goal in Armageddon, that you're trying to just get a fresh position. And right now, Wesley understandably moves his queen 1 square back, as he doesn't want to trade queens. He has to do everything to go for the win. Alireza now probably going to develop his bishop.
He's placing it on the long diagonal. That's why he pushed earlier the pawn. And he's probably preparing to castle. Would you say here castling kingside or castling queenside is safer for black?
It's a good question. I mean, I would think kingside is more natural, and that might look strange to the viewers, as white has the pawn on this g4 square, so castling that way might look dangerous. But I would say it's very difficult for white to launch an attack there, and he does castle kingside as expected. The problem is, if you try to create an attack here, his body will be hanging, so it's not possible. Wesley should get the king to safety, or maybe he's gonna leave it in the middle of the board again.
How do you like these kind of positions, Lars?
Well, as white has to win, right?
Mm-hmm.
White has to win.
So would it be an advantage to castle long on the?
I think that is something that he might do. But the thing is that if you castle long in this position, it happens so that black might create some nice counterplay on the queen side. But Wesley has to be very ambitious, so it might be that he does that. I still... Okay, he actually leaves the king in the center for now. Goes for an active knight jump. Maybe he wants to eliminate this bishop in the center of the board. And I'm not sure if this trade would be bad for black because Alireza could capture in the pawn and get a nice attacking in the center. So Alireza is taking his time. Now let's measure the time situation. Wesley still has 2 minutes more on the clock, so 7 minutes against 5 minutes. I think maybe Alireza will improve his rook now.
You're marking those two squares. Which one do you think would be
I think this one is more natural to perhaps support the pawn push. Which one would you choose, Simon?
From which pawn?
Oh, Alireza actually says, wait a second, I don't need my rook. I'm going to push the pawn immediately, and then I will bring my rook later on.
Alireza strikes in the center. And now if Wesley captures, it's going to activate its knight. Wesley should certainly think about getting his king to safety, because if the position opens up and his king is in the center, it can become very dangerous. So I am expecting him to perhaps take this one and go for a quick castle here.
He's capturing the bishop first. So pair of bishops for white after black takes the knight. You can take it with the queen, the rook, the pawn, so many choices.
I think he's going to take with the pawn, because if he takes with the rook, this pawn is undefended.
He takes with the pawn.
Takes with the pawn. Alireza is now threatening to take in the center, so Wesley should react to that, possibly capturing this pawn. Maybe go for the idea of Lars of castling long.
He chooses to move the rook, actually, to defend the pawn and castle kingside, going the opposite way, not what we expected.
It's a very interesting position here. We have a big imbalance. White has the bishop pair, while black has these pawns in the center. I like how these last moves has gone for Wesley. I think he has a lot of potential with the bishop pair.
But I feel like white can collapse at any moment with all these pawns in the middle. From black perspective, marching forward, it feels like black is really good.
Black is good?
You like it more from the safety perspective, you think, Simon?
Yeah,
the king safety.
And attacking style also. I feel like black has more attacking initiative, no?
Yeah, it's understandable that you say that, because black has more pawns in the center. But at the same time, it's actually very hard to push them, because if you ever push this pawn one square forward, suddenly this other pawn gets very weak. So the structure is in fact very, very stable, which means that it is very hard to push these pawns. And I would say that white should be slightly better here with the two bishops. But Alireza makes a nice move here. Putting the knight back on this square, but he's hitting the center. So is Wesley now going to defend it with this move or this move as he played?
He drops the bishop back to guard the pawn. 3 of black's pieces were attacking it. And now I guess the question is, what's the follow-up for Alireza? How can he continue improving his position?
He has to make some calm improvement moves. Maybe a move like this, try to push some pawns right now, bringing his queen back to perhaps put it on one of these dark squares, because we have to remember that Wesley has weakened his king position a bit, so that can certainly haunt him. And now Wesley, as he should do in Armageddon, just going all in, pushing all his pawns forwards. Now I'm expecting him to push this pawn one square to not allow Alireza's knight to activate.
And this is exactly what's happening. Alireza continues with the queen maneuver that you highlighted, Aryan, how now the black queen is a lot more active and where it should be, getting closer to the white king.
I still like Wesley's position a lot. I think it's very hard for black to get any counterplay here. I mean, there's no pawn pushes available for black, as white is totally in control here. But still, Wesley has to find a plan to make progress, but he's improving his position. Alireza set up a sneaky threat there by putting his bishop on that square and winning Wesley's rook. So
that's why he moved it.
That's why he moved it, and eventually Wesley's going to try to support this pawn push and put pressure on the black king. But I will say that on this pawn structure is known to be a bit better for white. it's very difficult for black to find any decent square for these knights. So right now, black is quite passive. But we should never write Alireza off in Armageddon. I mean, we saw yesterday he was in a very much lost position against Gukesh, but tricked his way out of it.
And he's so low on time. Alireza 2.5 minutes left, but at the same time, he's a speed demon, so he might not be that much in trouble as we would be when the time situation is so low. He continues to put pressure on the queen's side. Now he's taking a pause because I guess after Wesley's move, Aryan, what would be your thinking like, and how can he proceed with some activity? And
Alireza was trying to get his rook active here, and Wesley has been meeting Alireza's moves.
Wait, is he about to
really
sacrifice?
well
I thought he was reaching for the white knight. I was like, rook sacrifice. No, he's bringing the knight back. That's more safe.
Which is not a good sign if you bring your knight back there. The repeat once. Okay, Wesley decides to move his rook up instead.
Why not bring it on the back rank?
Good question, Simon. The reason for that was there was a tactic in the position. Alireza would create a fork here so that he couldn't do that. Otherwise, it would have been a good move. Alireza looking to double his rooks. Is Wesley going to push back the black knight? It would be quite natural.
I like your suggestion to chase away the most active piece of black, push that knight back.
Alireza's getting really low on time. Wesley 4 minutes, Alireza 2 minutes. At some point, he really has to speed up.
The knight is going back to where it was, and he's threatening to jump further to the left,
so
attacking the rook and the bishop.
If Alireza doubles here, Wesley's idea is to create this threat. But I don't know, maybe Alireza could get away with this. Let's see. He could also push this pawn 1 square to stop this knight jump.
Final minute and a half. You're right. He's really low on time and getting further low when it comes to the time management. The knight jumps to attack the rook, but rook is attacking now the queen. He loves the counter-attacking opportunities always, Alireza.
It's getting very, very critical here. The bishop is hanging. Black's rook has gotten active. It's certainly one of those positions where you would be very well off by having more time on the clock. And
where do you place the queen after you capture with the rook?
Actually, it might be that you have to go on this square with the queen.
But the bishop, the black bishop,
it does look odd. It does look odd because the black bishop is standing there. But it is currently hanging. Let's see what Wesley does.
Wesley takes the rook. They trade on c2. Now the queen has to move. Will he place it? Oh, he might go in a different direction, dropping it back to the back rank. And now the rook of Alireza is attacking the bishop.
Alireza's rook is attacking the bishop, so if Wesley captures the knight, he doesn't lose a piece there. I feel like Alireza's position is hanging by a thread, though. Because the rook might be trapped here on this rank. It doesn't have a lot of squares. So you're gonna drop his knight back.
Only a minute left for Alireza. There is no increment until they reach move 40. And what move number are we?
Alireza is in big trouble now. If you move the knight back, the rook does get trapped. Like the rook is running out of squares. It only has this square, but then the bishop comes and traps it. So
wow.
Alireza has gone wrong there in time trouble. It's a very tough position to play because he didn't have any squares for his pieces. Let's see what he does. He has to come up with something here, Alireza, because moving the knight back doesn't work.
He's
so
getting really low on time.
Yeah, this is move 36, so he still has to play 4 more moves to start getting a 1 second increment, but even 1 second is not much. The knight is now back to
a very strong
C6.
move for Wesley, trapping the rook.
So Alireza blundered.
And then it's on the board. As Aryan called it, that rook was very limited in space, and now the bishop is attacking the rook. It has nowhere to go.
Oh no.
He plays the only square that was available, but now the other bishop is hunting down the rook.
This is over, isn't it?
It is over. I mean, I'm always
taking the knight, taking
4 seconds left, and he
always
still has
careful
to
to
make
write
2 more
Alireza
moves.
off, as he's very tricky, but Wesley, with 3 minutes more on the clock, should be able to convert this.
3 seconds left for Alireza Firouzja. He captures the pawn on the side of the board with 2 seconds.
Now he cannot think anymore. He has to move as fast as he can.
From here on, they're going to be getting 1 second increment, but even 1 second is just such little time. There's no time to think at all for Alireza.
It's just enough to tap on the clock.
Exactly. Knight comes back to the back rank. Pawn is captured now. Alireza is attacking the white queen and guarding his own pawn at the same time. Activating the king, Alireza on 3 seconds. Wesley still material up. He has a rook against a minor piece. A rook against the knight that is.
Wesley's currently an exchange up, and Alireza doesn't have any compensation for it. So this is a matter of technique. He's going to just consolidate here. Wesley he hopes to be able to break open the black position with the pawn push at some point.
It's 2 minutes against 2 seconds, so both on the board and on the clock, Wesley So is winning.
If Wesley So wins this game, he's going to stop the momentum of Alireza. He won everything until now. Let's see.
Very good point. Alireza is trying his best to open up the king side to somehow get to the white king.
Bringing back the king.
West is looking to push that pawn.
That would open up the diagonal of his bishop and hitting on the knight of Alireza.
That would be a very strong move as it activates his bishop.
Wesley So can take his time. He got some more than a minute to think.
Bishop back instead of pushing the pawn. The knight is now heading toward the more central squares. Alireza so far holding his ground with 2 seconds on the clock. And the central pawn is gone. Wesley might have misplayed this a little bit. That pawn did not have to be dropped.
Wesley found a very good way to play there, and he gets a really important pawn. Now, Alireza's king is in a lot of trouble.
The queen is next to the black king.
Just capture that pawn, Wesley.
He can take the central pawn of black with the bishop or the queen. He chooses the bishop, threatening the black king with the battery.
The knight is helping for the checkmate coming up.
He's guarding that one square where it would be checkmate. You're right, Simon. Thanks to the knight, it's not checkmate in one. Wesley is trying to bring his rook into the game. He moved the king so that he wouldn't be getting checks and might use that 5 for his rook. Queen trade. Oh, and Alireza lost on time, but the position 2 was also lost. Wesley So wins in Armageddon against the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja. This is the very first match that Alireza loses, drawing classical, but in Armageddon, Wesley So takes down the French #1.
I'm sure all of the players are happy that Wesley So made a stop to Alireza rampage.
Wesley hands Alireza his first loss of the tournament. As we saw, and right now you guys are seeing the highly exciting game between Magnus and Gukesh, and this one is really heating up. Magnus on the last move centralizing his rook, and he went for that pawn push that we were discussing. That is kind of Magnus's triumph card, trying to activate his rooks.
Does Magnus know that Firouzja lost?
No, I think Magnus is totally focused on his own game.
But if he looks up, can he see it on a board or something?
He can.
Yes.
You're right. If he looks up, he can. All the games are projected onto the wall above them. They often look at the other games, actually. This is this beautiful view of the playing hall and how the games are displayed above them. Right now, probably, for Magnus Carlsen, he is just so in the zone that everything else stops to exist around him. Lars, let's check in with this game. And also, I just want to hear your thoughts on what we have witnessed in Alireza's game in the Armageddon, if we have time, although the position is so on fire, we might not have time for that. The rook in the middle of the board, Lars, and that pressure on the pawn of Gukesh, Magnus standing up. What does that say to you, his body language and the way he's handling this position?
I believe Magnus did a great thing there when he moved the rook to to g5, and he got it. Now it's in the center, and maybe that's a small difference that's gonna change this game in his favor.
Certainly, the trend is in Magnus's favor, but we need to remember, guys, that we have seen this happen before, so should not take. We should not take anything for granted. I mean, it's still a complicated position. I mean, Magnus is slightly better right now, but it's still anything can happen.
He's gonna have to keep his focus,
especially as they're both getting low on time. So, but Gukesh right now, he has to find a way to perhaps where to put his queen. It's just very tough for him to play here. If the rooks get activated, it's looking very good for Magnus. So let's look at what is happening here. If Gukesh now trades these pawns, okay, I would think that Magnus wants to capture with this rook, and now if Gukesh centralizes the queen, maybe Magnus wants to come to this square, play with these ideas, bring the rook here.
That could be really tough for Gukesh to defend all of this threat.
A lot to defend here. Okay, he moves the queen one square back. So he's basically allowing Magnus to take in the center. So if Magnus goes for this straight, Gukesh wants to take back, perhaps try to put the rook in the center file and create counterplay. Magnus doesn't have to take that pawn. He might also consider to push it up one square.
Take a sip of his coffee, locking in. Critical decision here.
Say take. I still think Magnus is going to try to focus on getting his king to safety. We might see a position like this. I mean, this pawn in the center is a bit weak, but it's not so easy for Magnus to attack it. Magnus is back at the board. A 10-minute time, 12-minute time advantage for Magnus, and I think Magnus should learn from his mistakes the last few days and not get too low on the clock, because that's been what's kind of caused his problem the last few days. It's just very hard to keep control of the position.
I fully agree with you.
I think he should try to speed up.
Absolutely.
He plays very good chess for. He's generally been playing very accurate chess, but with a low time, it's just been not going his way.
Yeah, I was just going to point out what you were highlighting too, Aryan, also with the move number, that we are on move 24. They still have to play 16 more moves before they start getting increment, meaning that Gukesh has 13 minutes for 16 moves. It is a very complicated position with a lot of things to calculate and consider. It's not the kind of position where it's easy to make quick moves. So huge time pressure on the reigning world champion, and Magnus needs to listen to you and speed up and use his time advantage. At the same time, also for him, it's quite critical to decide whether he takes or what's the best way to proceed, because he senses that he has the better position, and those missed opportunities from the previous rounds might still haunt him. He had good positions, he had winning positions, but he didn't manage to convert earlier in the tournament. So he might be hesitating more, he might be double checking more, because he did not manage to convert the earlier rounds. It's part of the tournament. Unfortunately, your form and what happened in previous rounds as well. Simon, when you're looking at this, the time situation, what's on the board, what would you say we will see, and how do you see your boy and what he might be feeling, thinking, you as our Magnus in the studio?
Well, I feel like this pawn that he can take in the middle looks really good. I mean, that will be my plan for him, but yeah, it's pretty difficult to see. to think about. And we talk about the fact that he's taking his time and everything, but as we talked about earlier, he likes to complicate everything. So maybe that's why he needs to take his time, because everything is way more complicated than in a normal blitz game, for example.
True, true. And while he's thinking, we actually do have an interview with both Wesley and Alireza Firouzja about that Armageddon game that we have just witnessed.
Wesley, it was a really impressive game. You were controlling the time so well on the clock, and also the game was really nice. Can you please describe your Armageddon game?
Yeah, for sure. Ever since my terrible loss against Prague round 1, I played the Armageddon much better. I actually didn't know what to play against Alireza with white. I mean, in the Armageddon at least. Because what did I play then? Oh, I played this. I don't even remember what I played. I wanted to play 1e4 first move, which I usually does. But I thought he'd play Najdorf, where he'd be very much at home. So then I played this line, which I played against the Yak 10 days ago with white. And I thought he'd be prepared, but he was surprised. But at least I got a game. I couldn't remember much of my analysis. But, I mean, I was hoping, of course, to win at some point the classical game. But I didn't really get that much. So, but at least won the Armageddon. I mean, if Alireza won today, then he probably had the tournament almost at wrap, because he's got such a huge lead. So, I mean, it's Armageddon always a consolation. So, I mean, that's one thing I like about Norway chess, is that when you draw, you still get a chance to play. I mean, if it was up to me, all chess games would be would have a decisive result, like in soccer. I mean, I'm probably the last person to say it, but I actually prefer it if all the games are have a decisive result. Like, I would rather have 5 wins and 5 losses than 10 draws. But I mean, I couldn't help it.
Well, thank you so much, Wesley, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Alireza, your classical game was a draw. On Armageddon, you defended so well with 2 last seconds. Please share with us what happened to those last moments.
Yeah, it was a good game by Wesley, I think, in Armageddon. I think I defended well at the end, but earlier I played really badly, so he had big advantage, so it was very hard to come back.
But you're always having 2 seconds, again 2 minutes, but you're making such intuitively decisions. I mean, what was going on in your head?
No, I think that moment is just dead, the position. So, but yeah, I should just play a bit better in Armageddons. I mean, even yesterday against Prague was also not such a... Against who I played? Against Gukesh, yeah, against Gukesh was not such a great Armageddon, yeah.
Still leading the tournament, and how was your spirit regarding the event, because it's almost halfway?
I'm very happy for the rest day tomorrow, so I will try to recover and enjoy the rest day.
I wish you best recovery and have a good rest.
Thank you.
Rest day for all the players, and Alireza says he will need it to recover. Of course, in Classical, he drew, so it's not the end of the world that he went down in Armageddon. It's half a point, but that half a point might matter at a later stage of the event. What we do have here is the biggest clash of the day, the World Champion with the white pieces against the world #1 with the black pieces. Last year, this is the game that produced that viral table slam moment, and today, Magnus Carlsen is trying to revenge what happened last year and also bounce back in the tournament, because right now he's the only one at the bottom of the standings. This final king move, Aryan, let's catch up with what happened in the center and why Magnus is moving the king now.
Yeah, so Magnus traded that pawn in the center, opening up for his rook, and as we expected, he's tucking his king into the king side here, just moving it 1 square to the right, and it's a very natural move, because as Gukesh makes his move, if Magnus's king would be on this same diagonal as the rook, it would be very, very scary for the black queen. So right now, black's queen has more safety. I would expect him to perhaps move this queen, maybe to this square, just to not run into any attack against from the white rook. Magnus took quite a bit of time for going for that decision, but it was an important decision, because it's an important pawn trade, and now I think this rook in the center is very strong for Magnus, putting pressure on this pawn. Now Magnus bringing back bishop to defense, so blocking this diagonal from the rook. That does take away some pressure from the white king. But I still think Magnus is pretty happy with his position, as pieces are well placed and this pawn is a bit weak. Lars, when you're seeing this position, what comes to your mind?
Well, I was just thinking about that bishop that he had on h3. It has done a tremendous job, but now he's obviously thinking of getting that piece also into the game. I'm not sure. Maybe, well, of course.
Yeah, it's complicated.
It's complicated. It really is.
Yeah, I think Magnus really wants to bring his queen to this square to put pressure on the white pawn, and he couldn't do it in this moment with the bishop being here actually, because white had a nasty threat in the position of like moving the bishop one square back, hitting the black queen and the bishop, and Magnus would lose material in this case. So it was very important for him to block this diagonal before going for this this plan. And right now I'm expecting Gukesh to maybe move his bishop one square back to open for his rook, but Magnus's plan is to try to improve his queen. I mean, this is still anything can happen.
And if you improve the queen, you have more I guess pressure on that pawn, the white pawn in the middle of the board.
And in fact, it's not so easy to defend it. If Magnus achieves these two moves, like there is actually no way to protect that pawn. Like you could put your knight here on this square, but then Magnus would just push his pawn one square, forcing the white knight to move away, and he loses that pawn. So a critical moment here. Maybe Gukesh will try to challenge this open file, get some counterplay like that. Looks pretty natural to me.
Do you think that pawn in the middle of the board is destined to, like, the destiny of that pawn is to fall? Do you think?
Well, it is certainly a pawn that Magnus is trying to pick up, and
but there's a way to save it.
I would say it's tough to save it. I mean, he can maybe try to put his rook here to defend, but then Magnus has a free hand on the c file. Let's see. Gukesh now going down to 10 minutes. I really believe the time situation is gonna be so critical now, as they still have 15 moves to make before they get this 10 second. And he plays his rook in the center of the board, trying
he wants to save it.
He wants to save that pawn. I still think Magnus will just continue with
his plan,
pushing that pawn. Maybe he can get ambitious by pushing it one more square, trying to clear up the white king side, because if you ever touch this pawn, this would get really scary as black launches mating attack. So this is a very natural move in the position.
Magnus is actually the attacking player now.
Yeah, Magnus is having the options, but maybe Gukesh wants to meet this move with pushing the pawn up one square to get his bishop here.
So he can either use that square for pushing his pawn there, or he can place his knight there. It's quite the decision to make, since pawns cannot go backwards. It's always very committal when we push our pawns, and perhaps that's the reason why he's taking longer, whether this is the right idea, or should he use that square for a knight jump, keep putting pressure on the central pawn of white?
He's a bit on the defensive, so it's understandable that he's taking longer. One idea for white here is actually trying to block this diagonal by putting the rook in the center.
Oh.
Might be very interesting for white.
Can you show the rook
like
trade? It's quite instructive
because
how
actually
black cannot
right now,
really take it.
If black trades rooks, it's a big mistake, as white is threatening both pieces at the same time. I mean, black could be funny here by trying to keep insisting on this diagonal. But anyway, this is not a good outcome for Magnus. So
because if you take the knight, you lose your queen.
Yes. Let's see.
That was a really important point at the end of the line here, Simon. You're sharp as always. The tactics, the pin, you see it all.
You gotta know the tactics.
Exactly as Simon points out, if you touch the knights, if you touch the knights, then I don't know what's happening with the board. It's
Then
kind
you
of
blunder
moving.
your queen. That's what the board is trying to show. Do not play that move.
Yeah, the queen is unprotected there, so I think this is a good plan. But let's see what Magnus does if he goes for this plan of putting pressure on this pawn, or maybe he's gonna try to push his pawns. Magnus has a pawn advantage on the queen side here. He has 2 against 1, which we call a majority in chess, when you have an extra pawn on one side, and this could potentially become a passed pawn, which is a very important factor. So Magnus taking a bit of time there as it is getting very critical. It seemed like he was about to make a move, but took his hand back.
It does feel like he's looking toward the king's side, whether to push the pawn, whether to jump there with the knight. What would be other candidate moves here, Aryan? Do you think those 2 are his main options?
He might also just play a move like this, which is a sort of a useful waiting move, securing his king even more and
Protecting the pawns.
Protecting the pawns, exactly.
He pushes the pawn in the end. He's trying to go for what you highlighted earlier, that he might want to expose that white king by pushing his black pawn all the way to f4. Big question here is what you mentioned. Will Gukesh want to block that pawn push? Will he push his own pawn in front of the white king and block the way of the black pawn?
I think it's very important for Gukesh to play fast here. He should just go for one of them and be confident, and he does.
He
move
drops the knight back.
What do you think about that?
He wants to put the knight on this square, and interesting move, because if Magnus now continues his plan,
And so he does. He's pushing the pawn.
his rook would be trapped. So it was very important for Magnus to take this square. The knight lands here, the rook would be trapped. So
This
very
is a pawn
important
sacrifice.
Very important move by Magnus. A pawn sacrifice indeed, but this pawn is really untouchable. Like if you take this pawn, the white king ends up in a lot of trouble. The rook can swing over to this square, and black gets a mating attack. So this would be a winning position for
That was a great
Magnus.
move, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is. Gukesh should definitely not touch these pawns right now.
It's poisonous.
Expecting him to perhaps try to improve his bishop. Maybe he will move his queen to this square, trying to force the issue.
I'm surprised that he allowed the pawn push and now he's thinking. You would think that he had a follow-up already planned if he allows this push for Magnus.
Yeah, that is not a sign of a confident man. But we'll see. I mean, it is a very tough position to play. It's so many nuances, so it's hard to be sure.
Magnus stands up for a moment and changes posture. They have been sitting there for a long time, so it makes sense, of course. Grabs another bottle of water as well. I'm really curious how the evaluation board changed since we last checked on this so-called Norway Chess evaluation bar that takes into account the human factors of the game as well. And it is showing quite a significant chance for Magnus to win the game, and 61% chance, according to the Norway Chess evaluation bar, of Magnus winning this game with the black pieces, and very low probability for Gukesh to win.
Yeah, it's getting very, very tense here. Gukesh down to 6.5 minutes with 13 moves to make.
That's going to be just so much time pressure on the reigning world champion when it comes to how many more moves he needs to play. So 12 more moves to even make it to the increment.
I think that's a great move by Gukesh, opening up the path for his rook. And it's still not easy for Magnus to find a clear path here if he tries to put pressure on that pawn. I mean, Gukesh is planning this rook move as we discussed. I was thinking here maybe Magnus can swing over his rook to this side right now. Put some pressure here. Actually not. Yeah, actually that would be a huge mistake. I mean, that's a blunder by me, as Gukesh would have an amazing move here if
Wow.
Magnus would do that, because you're not really threatening this pawn as it is.
Threatening checkmate.
It is protected, and
Exactly, sharp,
I
very
personally really
sharp.
hope Magnus doesn't go for that. This is a huge move, but for Gukesh if that happens, like
Can you show the checkmate, Aryan,
if
that Lars has
Black
called
captures
out
the pawn,
already?
this is a really nice checkmate. The king.
Beautiful. The queen
has
is in
no
the way of the
squares.
escape. So Magnus, luckily for us and for himself, he didn't move the rook. He
Yes,
is placing
it's
the queen on that diagonal,
It's
putting
a very
pressure on the pawn.
secure move. I'm really expecting Gukesh to.
Place the rook in the center. And you showed it already that if this rook is traded, the pawn captures, attacks both the queen and the knight.
Yeah, in fact, this is the only move right now. Any other move is.
So what is he thinking if it's the only move? Gukesh, he has to
I think
speed
he's
up.
just making sure there is no tactics in the position.
He has 6 minutes left. He needs to hurry.
They have 11 move before they got time increments.
Yeah, there's still a lot of moves to be played in a very complicated position. Rook needs to go to the central square. Is there any other move for him that he's considering?
Not really, no. I mean, you could move the bishop back to this square to try to protect, but
And attack the rook from the a2 square with the
but this
bishop?
allows all kinds of moves for black. You can move the rook here, or you can move the rook here to attack it. Looks
Very double-edged, very-
scary for white.
Yeah.
So he has to go for his rook move.
5
But
minutes for Gukesh.
he's thinking too much. I'm not sure.
Very much. It is.
Gukesh should just move fast. I mean, he's down to 5 minutes. He might get flagged if he keeps.
It's
keeps
really
spending more
puzzling.
time
Yeah.
here. Yeah, he's okay.
like stuck in that moment
he
and not
places
playing
bishop in
the
the
rook
center.
move. Bishop attack the rook.
That's a huge mistake by Gukesh, actually, as now
Oh,
Magnus gets access to this square for his rook, and the white queen is struggling.
that's the square that the bishop was guarding earlier. So now that Gukesh has moved the bishop away, the rook can move over. 83% chance the bar is showing now for Magnus Carlsen to win the game.
This rook on the 5th rank is an asset for black. It's a very strong rook, so it was so important for Gukesh to trade this rook to get to safety.
Yeah.
This rook it can also swing over to this square, and it's just a lot of pressure on the white position, and they cannot improve their pieces. Like, look at this knight on the back rank.
It really
The
seems
trade-
that the world champion, under the pressure of the position and the pressure on the clock, cracked here in this moment, didn't find the best defense. This bishop move is a mistake, and will Magnus capitalize on it is the big question. I think he's certainly considering the rook move you were suggesting, Aryan, to attack the white queen.
Let's see what he does. Again, I think Magnus should try to keep his time advantage here.
Gukesh is looking up to see on what move number they are. He still has to play 10 more moves before the increment starts from move 41.
Magnus likes to, start with a complicated opening with new moves and really trying to not find the best move, but complicate the situation. Do you think right now he's still thinking about how can I complicate this even more, or he's looking for the best move?
I think he's just trying to find the best square for a rook. I mean, the rook can swing over here, it can swing over here. Both of them look interesting. Personally, I really
You would
like.
not sacrifice.
Personally, I would just put the rook, move the rook to this square, because it also gains the tempo on the white queen. Well, sacrificing the rook here is just very unnecessary. There's no.
Yeah, there's no threat following up.
Exactly, no threat following up. So he's for sure going to move the rook, and he does move it to this square as expected.
Attacking
And
the
now
queen.
I would think that Gukesh maybe goes to this square with his queen. Going to this square or this square. Let's see. Yeah, Gukesh should
The back rank looks
play very
pretty
quickly
passive.
now. I believe when they're down to 5 minutes, they don't have to annotate the game anymore, so they can just focus on the board.
A lot of pressure on the world champion as he's about to move his queen over to the central square here, keeping it on the same rank as the white king.
Magnus can activate his bishop now.
The bishop can come in, the knight also has a
threats.
jump to attack the queen. There's just so many active options.
The nice thing about this move is that you're threatening to actually, if white is not careful here,
Ooh.
just to show Magnus could eliminate the bishop and then come with his rook and pin the queen and the king. Ooh. And actually the white queen gets lost. So if that were to happen...
You don't want that.
You don't want that. You actually have to put the rook on this square. Let's see what Magnus goes for here. We're 4 minutes against 11.
Do you think Gukesh right now his best scenario would be to trade everything, try to neutralize black attack?
Gukesh is a bit in survival mode right now, but one thing we should know about Gukesh is that he's a huge fighter. I've seen him get out of a lot of bad positions, so he fights extremely well. So he's going to.
The pawn on f4 is hanging. Does that matter now? Does he care about that at all?
Yeah, I mean, if it's Gukesh move, if it's the move of Gukesh, he would like to take that pawn. Also, if he gets to endgame, his king would be very safe. He would not be.
Magnus does play the bishop move. You were suggesting, Aryan, it's the best move in the position, attacking the rook, threatening with all the tactics that would win the queen through the second rank. So Gukesh has to place his rook on the same file as the black rook.
But there is
an issue.
There is an issue in the position for Gukesh, and that is that after this move, Magnus is planning to capture that rook, and suddenly white doesn't have a good way of capturing back. If you take with the queen, you lose the protection to this central pawn. Magnus captures it with check. And if you take with the rook, suddenly Magnus can capture the bishop and then capture this pawn.
And it's happening. I think we just need to catch up with the game because it is exactly what's happening. The rook trade, the queen takes it. So Gukesh has to give up his central pawn. Magnus is going to take that pawn with a check.
I mean, giving up this central pawn is a disaster for Gukesh.
Magnus Carlsen in a winning position, about to capture that pawn, be up on material, up on the clock, but he has been here before, so I think he will be extremely careful to convert it this time.
I mean, Magnus is going to be a pawn up and have an attack, so he's, objectively speaking, completely winning. If he manages to control his nerves, he's gonna get his first win.
And he also kept more time on the clock, because you said he shouldn't go low on time as he did in the previous games.
A very strong move right now is just to retreat the bishop and open this path for black's rook. In fact, if he makes this move, it's completely over.
Wow.
What a move that would be, opening up the file of the rook, and at the same time the bishop is maneuvering toward the king's side. The world champion Gukesh is in huge trouble here, and Magnus Carlsen might be getting his first win in classical chess, but he still has to find those final precise moves.
The critical variation here is retreating the bishop, and now Gukesh really wants to take this pawn, but he can't because he will get checkmated here. I believe he can just move the queen up.
You can see on Gukesh.
And
try his best.
Oh, that would be game over because the rook is hanging and checkmate is being threatened as well. Gukesh is looking up to see the move number.
Yeah,
Norway Chess bar showing 86% probability of Magnus winning, only 14% chance for a draw.
It's an important moment though, because moving the bishop back is the most. Okay, he finds that.
And so he does the best move in the position.
I mean, if Gukesh cannot take on f4, this is gone. I mean, Magnus's rook is coming down. His king is very, very unsafe right now, Gukesh. Magnus looking to get his first win in the tournament.
Lars, how are you feeling about this? He's so close now. He's so close to it. You called it.
Yeah, I think he's gonna win this. He's clearly in control here, and I'm so impressed by the way he turned what we would call a weakness, this double pawn, to an opportunity. all of a sudden he used the G line there for a gateway into the center with his rook, and that turned the game around in his favor.
It did. You're so right about using the weakness as a strength, and that pawn is now so annoying. That's the one that's making the white king so weak. And Gukesh, down to his final 2.5 minutes, but the time situation is the least of his problems right now. The position is lost.
And we see the pawn of Magnus is still hanging. Like, Gukesh can take at any time. Would it be a great time for Gukesh to take the pawn, or?
Which pawn?
The pawn on the next to the king, the white king.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the variation I showed, that you really want to capture this pawn, but white's king is too unsafe. Magnus will bring his rook down and give a check, and after white's king moves, this move will deliver checkmate to white. So that's the problem for Gukesh here. Let's see what he does. It's less than 2 minutes now to make 7 moves before he gets this 10-second increment.
I think we could go on full camera because these are the final moments in the game. Gukesh Domraju in trouble. He's desperately trying to find something here, but the position, unfortunately, for Gukesh barely has any more resources left. Magnus Carlsen up on the clock, up on the board with an extra pawn and the attack.
Gukesh is getting really, really low on time right now.
And you can see it on his face. You can tell that he knows.
Oh yeah, he's just desperate. He's a bit desperate right now. He needs to find a solution. Don't quite see it.
1 minute left for Gukesh.
Really critical.
Gukesh down to 1 minute now.
Will he find some miraculous way of at least trying to keep the game going?
It's hard to find a move here for whites.
47 seconds left. He's capturing the pawn with the queen. Aryan showed this variation already, that Magnus will enter white's camp through the 2nd rank, attacking the white king.
Yeah, I think Magnus has spotted this before
Magnus is still writing down the moves.
Yes, he has more time, so when you have more than... Actually, wait, he does have more than 5 minutes still, right? Yes.
Yeah, of course.
With more than 5 minutes, he needs to continue writing the moves, and he does give that check, which will lead to both the queen and the rook of black entering the 2nd rank, threatening checkmate. If now the queen comes to f2, that is that square between the knight and the white rook, attacking everything through the 2nd rank, it looks like it's curtains. It looks like it's game over.
Magnus just double checking here, making sure there is no perpetual check. The black king will find a hiding square.
And what a move that is, to bring the queen to the 2nd rank and give up your knight. And that knight can be captured with a check. He'll be sacrificing a piece, giving up a full knight. But the king will escape from the checks, and then there is no escape from the checkmate to the white king.
I think it makes sense for Magnus to just double check here. I mean, he has 6 minutes, so if he spends even 3 more, it's fine.
He's double checking, or perhaps even triple checking his calculation, because he knows that this is the moment that's gonna convert. Hopefully for this time, for the first time now in the tournament, but definitely not the last, I feel. Magnus Carlsen is about to bounce back in the event and get his first win at Norway Chess 2026.
Actually, tomorrow is the birthday of Gukesh, and it's not gonna...
And with the time zones, it might be already his birthday in India, isn't it?
Yeah, it's...
not the best birthday
not the best film
present.
to lose on the birthday, unfortunately, for...
Last year, he got as a birthday present that win against Magnus, and this year it might be revenge time by the world #1. He wanted to prove it last year against Gukesh, why he is the GOAT, and he does sacrifice his knight. You can take the knight with a check, and Gukesh does so, but once the king moves away, black's pieces are so active, you cannot prevent checkmate. The king steps away from
Very
the
precise
check.
by Magnus. Now push his pawn one square up. Block that check, Magnus.
Block the check to sacrifice also the bishop, giving up all his minor pieces for the checkmate. And so he does. The pawn is being pushed, giving up the bishop. Gukesh about to make a move, but he is running out of options. He's getting checkmated.
Is there anything to do for white?
No, he
He's
captures,
giving up the queen for the
captures
rook.
the rook, but now Magnus is going to have a material advantage, and I think we're going to see a handshake.
Gukesh fights on with the queen down. He has a rook and a knight to try to make up for the lack of the queen.
Would you take that pawn, that white pawn?
Yeah, he can take that pawn, and then he is going to have a passed pawn to win. He can also just move his queen to attack the white knights. As White's problem here is that his king is in a box, and his knight is... if the knight would be active, maybe there could be some practical chances, but right now the knight is a very passive piece.
Goes to show how winning of a position it is that the Norway chess bar says it's 98% chance that Magnus Carlsen wins this game. He captures the pawn on the side of the board, steps out of the check. That side pawn of black is a huge problem for Gukesh. The queen will be supporting the passed pawn to get a second queen on the board.
25 second. Oh, now he gets time increments.
From here on, they do get 10-second increment, but for Gukesh, unfortunately, the position is just lost. He's pushing the pawn on the king's side to try to fight on.
Magnus can just push his passed pawn right now. It's a very, very strong passed pawn.
I think Gukesh will try to get his knight into the game, but it's such a slow piece. By the time you reach the black king, the pawn of Magnus will be promoting.
Gukesh really needs a miracle right now.
We might see a handshake. He might just resign in this position. I feel like the world champion is going down.
How is it, Aryan? Are you considered being a gentleman if you play it all out?
And he does resign. The world champion resigns against Magnus Carlsen. This is the first win of the world #1 in Norway chess. He's bouncing back after a very rough start. What a revenge for last year's table slam moment. And finally, Magnus Carlsen is back and has managed to get his first win in classical chess here in Oslo.
A huge win for Magnus before the rest day. Just getting on that scoreboard and trying to find his form.
Lars, you predicted this. You said at the start of the show that Magnus will bounce back, that he's going to be motivated, he's hungry.
He's feeling like a lion now, not like a cow. He said that, didn't he?
He did.
Felt like a cow in the confessional board.
Lion or a bear?
No, today he's lion. Let's stick with
a lion.
Yeah. No, he really played impressively today. You know, he looked like he just forgot about the previous couple of days and just focused on this game, and that worked for him.
It's not easy to do that, to forget about the bad form from the previous rounds. But he managed to stay present, be in the moment, capitalize on his opportunities today. And they're still discussing the game. It was such a complex fight. The king's safety throughout the game was a big question for both.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I just want to mention that the Keymer game against Praggnanandhaa is really firing up right now. The players are down to 1 minute each, and
we should definitely head there. Of course,
everything is happening.
Absolutely, no, we should head over to that game.
It's going to be a really thrilling finish in that one. It looks slightly better for Prague right now, but they're down to their seconds.
Vincent Keymer here with the white pieces on 1 minute and 41 seconds, while Praggnanandhaa is down to his final 25 seconds.
Are the pieces equal, or
the pieces are actually pawn? Prague is a pawn up right now, and it's a very strong passed pawn. I like that last move of Prague. He's securing his king. It's a very tough position for White to play with low time, because Prague's task is to push his pawn, and White's king is pretty open as well.
The white queen is coming on the
yeah.
black
I
side.
think Pragg is gonna move his king to protect his rook right now. The Pragg should speed up. He's down to 20 seconds, and Vincent has 1.5.
Yeah, because the rook is hanging right now.
It's hanging and he drops it back to the back rank with
Also a good move.
9 seconds on the clock. They get 10 seconds every time they make a move. They have completed move 40.
Vincent is attacking the white rook
with the bishop.
It goes back to the 6th rank where it's safely guarded by the pawn.
I think Vincent will just move his bishop back to attack the rook. Black is a pawn up, so if the position repeats, that is in Vincent's favor.
So why is he thinking? Why doesn't he just do it? Yeah.
Great question, Lars. Great question. He does eventually play it, but after a couple of seconds spent, and now Pragg really needs to try to find a way to change the moves, not keep repeating the same position, because draw would be a great result here for Vincent.
He
as
has to
Aryan
push
said.
this pawn 1 square up right now to kick the white queen away, so he can defend his bishop. It's a
Counter-attacking.
very important move. He's forced to do it.
And he's not, he's repeating. He's going back with the rook. He's repeating. It's gonna, if 3 times we have the same position, then he can claim a draw.
He still can do it?
He can still do it.
10 seconds for Pragg to change the course of the game, otherwise it's a draw.
5 seconds.
3 seconds, 2. He's going back, that's a draw. Vincent Keymer is claiming a draw.
Wow.
It's a huge missed opportunity by Pragg there. He had a much better position.
In the heat of the time trouble, Praggnanandhaa didn't realize that he had to push his pawn to be able to deviate from this sequence of moves that kept repeating. The bishop and rook moves kept repeating. If you repeat 3 times, it's a draw.
He got so low on time. He was stressed out. I guess maybe if he had 1 minute more, he would have done things differently.
Absolutely. It was the lack of time and all this pressure having to make the move so quickly. Vincent Keymer claims the draw. You stop the clock, call the arbiter, and there's the handshake. It is a draw. What an escape by Vincent Keymer in a position that was very promising for Pragg. It means that there will be more chess, and we are happy for that. The two will be back in about 10 minutes' time to fight it out in Armageddon.
Seems like all the games in the Norway Chess Women is heading to an Armageddon as well.
Even better for us.
You're gonna get a lot of chess.
Even better. The only game so far that didn't go to Armageddon is the game of Magnus Carlsen, who took down the world champion Gukesh in classical chess. Every other game, you're right, Aryan is heading toward Armageddons. Let's check in with the remaining positions, since these two gentlemen will fight it out in Armageddon in about 10 minutes' time. I think Divya Deshmukh has been doing extremely well in her game against the defending champion of Norway Chess Women, Anna Muzychuk. It was a really combative, fighting game from early on, and right now it's Divya's queen that's giving a lot of checks. Oh, it's actually a queen against 2 rooks now.
It's gonna be a perpetual now, because Divya cannot play this on. I mean, Anna is threatening mate, so Divya should repeat the position. The black rooks are very strong.
She does give the same check again. Divya Deshmukh here. Ooh, she wants to fight on. She doesn't agree to a draw. She drops the queen back to the back rank, but maybe she's taking a bit of a risk there, because the 2 rooks together might be causing issues too. It can give a
Very brave decision by Divya.
Yeah, she fights on. She's such a warrior.
But even though she agrees for a draw, she's going to lose anyway.
No, so this is still the classical game. Yeah,
That's
it's in the time trouble. Absolutely, this is still the classical. Divya had a really strong attack earlier, and now she's trying to fight on, but black is threatening checkmate with the rook check in the corner. I think Divya will have to come back with the king or start giving checks with the queen, but how can she avoid a draw?
The answer is that she cannot. There is no way to make progress. The black rooks are too strong, so Divya can always still go back to give perpetual.
But wow, she shows fighting spirit.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's a brave decision there. But she might go for the perpetual now.
Yep.
She does so.
She's
she
very disappointed. I mean,
realizes it.
she knows that she had a very good position.
Yes, her position was advantageous, perhaps even close to winning the attack that she built up in the middle game. So disappointing result to her if this ends in a draw, but she has to go for it because right now both rooks are threatening checkmate.
It's never a good thing when you see two rooks harassing your king. Doesn't look good.
"30 seconds left for Divya Deshmukh as she's trying desperately to find something that wouldn't lead to a draw, but essentially, unfortunately for her, the best decision is to continue repeating the checks.
And she does. She's repeating. Yeah, we're going to see an Armageddon in this one.
And there's the handshake. Divya Deshmukh and Anna Muzychuk make a draw. It will be another Armageddon for today. Disappointing result for Divya, who had a great chance earlier
And,
in the game.
The Koneru Humpy Jiner game is about to wrap up as well. It's this dead run endgame right now. Both sides cannot make progress. We have an opposite card bishop endgame. It's a fortress. White is a pawn up, but it's a famous fortress here. So we're actually getting all Armageddon games for the second day in a row in the Norway Chess Women.
Very true. And in Norway Chess, the only game that didn't go to Armageddon was the game between Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen. What a day. So there's going to be plenty of Armageddons now, back to back. This is still a classical game. The last classical game that we are witnessing, there's a pawn trade now on the side of the board. But as you mentioned, Aryan, in opposite colored bishop endgames, there's no way through
It's
here.
interesting to me that Humpy is still writing her moves because she doesn't have to. She only has 20 seconds. But
True, very good point. I would not be wanting to write with just 12 seconds left on the clock. I think they're about to shake hands. It feels like they are ready to agree to a draw. Humpy is the one with the extra pawn, but she cannot make progress because Black's bishop is blocking that
repeating
pawn.
the moves there. Yeah.
And it is a handshake. Draw between Humpy, Koneru, and Jiner, meaning there's going to be yet another Armageddon for today. All games, as you said, Aryan, in Norway Chess Women, are going to be decided in the faster time control in Armageddon, while for Norway Chess, 2 games headed to Armageddon, and the only decisive game in classical chess was the main clash of the day. Gukesh Domaraju going down against Magnus Carlsen. This is Magnus's first win in classical here in Oslo. I wonder now, which Armageddon will we have first? I think Bibisara and Wenjun must be about to start.
So I'm curious, do the Armageddon start at the same time or not really? Really like...
We are
break between
hoping for the Armageddons to be happening one after the other. I think this is a show for our viewers. This is chess for everyone and for everyone's entertainment. And I believe the games will be starting one after the other as much as possible. But there's so many Armageddons, it might not be logistically that easy, as you are pointing it out, Aryan. So we will first see Bibisara against Wenjun, and every 5 minutes a new Armageddon game will begin. We're gonna have so much action to cover, Lars. I hope you're ready.
I'm looking forward to it.
So many flying pieces as well, with 5 Armageddons to come. I'm just gonna ask for a quick prediction time. White or black will prevail in Armageddon. So white with the winning chance, with the must win, black happy with draw, but less time. What are we predicting? Who's going to do better today? The players with the white or the black pieces? Simon?
Every time I predict something, it's always wrong. So, but I'm going to say white. If all the white players get more initiative in the beginning with like strong opening, like crazy aggressive opening, that might lead to a lot of complication for black with the time deficit.
Good point, Aryan.
I'll go with the black pieces.
Black pieces like yesterday?
Just to disagree.
of course, always has to disagree. Lars.
I'm sorry, Simon. I'll have to go with the black pieces too.
Okay.
I'll take the white pieces, Simon. Let's go for
thank
the
you.
initiative. 2-2.
Finally.
2-2 here in the studio. Who will prevail in the Armageddon will be the main question. This is a format that is unique to Norway chess. So if a game ends in a draw in classical chess, the players will fight it out in Armageddon. Armageddon is where white has more time, but black has draw odds. So in case of a draw, it counts as a win for black. Here in Norway, the time control for the Armageddon is 10 minutes for white and 7 minutes for black. So 3 minutes of time advantage. But in case of a draw, it counts as a win. And there's only a 1 second increment, but to get an increment, you have to make 40 moves first. Not easy at all. We're just getting ready for the first Armageddon of the day. I don't even know if we have time for a break ourselves because everything is just happening so quickly. We do not have time for a break. So never mind, no chance for Anna to get some chocolate in between the games. You guys at home, get your refreshments, snacks, popcorn ready because there's going to be so much action coming up soon. The players are getting ready for the Armageddon battles. And again, here in the studio, we have all sorts of predictions. We also hope that we will be joined by some of the players. I cannot reveal who is the gentleman who we are trying to get into our studio. He might have won his game today in classical chess. I don't know whom I'm talking about, but he will not be playing Armageddon. He's the only one who has managed to today win in classical. When it comes to the games, Aryan, of today, who are the players that you think are the most disappointed that the games ended in draw and therefore need to be played out in Armageddon? Who had the better chances in classical today?
For sure, I'd say Divya. She had a really good position. Very strong bishop and had a very strong attack against the black king. So I thought she would win that game. We saw her frustration in the end there. She understood that she missed a big chance. But now she has to reset before the Armageddon.
Yeah, absolutely. Simon, your thoughts on that, on this situation where you have the chances in classical, you fought so hard. Like, she played such a brilliant game from the opening on putting pressure on Anna Muzychuk, going for it, fighting chess, but then we couldn't catch those final moments, so it's a pity that we don't know exactly where the tables turned. But from the psychological perspective, what do you think that's like? And what would be your advice to Divya to get ready for an Armageddon? Because it still counts. She still has to try her best. And she's been the queen of Armageddon. Here, she won all of her 3 matches in Armageddon.
Yeah, she's fantastic in the faster time control. So Divya, I don't have any advice because she's so good at what she's doing. So I think she should just continue the way she's been playing the whole tournament, and I think she has great odds to win this game against Anna. Even though Anna is really good herself, a good player, veteran player from Ukraine. So let's see.
It's going to be quite an exciting clash. And we do have actually an interview before the Armageddons with Praggnanandhaa, who has also had his chances in his classical game against Vincent Keymer.
Prag, there was some moves making quick query at the last moments. You repeated, but tell us please, what were you going through during those moments?
Yeah, maybe I could have played it then, but I didn't see a proper way. I didn't want to play G6, and if not, I didn't really see a way for me. I think probably by that point it was, I messed up, but earlier I must have been in some trouble at some point, but it was not clear. I couldn't really see a direct way for him, but it looks really nice. And then, once I got the pawn, I thought I should be really good. It should be really good for me, but it's not easy when you're playing with 10-second increment.
Looking forward for Armageddon. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Prag will indeed have to fight it out in Armageddon, and that was a crucial clutch ending by Vincent Keymer, saving half a point in classical. Down a pawn, but he had the better nerves and more time on the clock. That matters, of course, too. The low time. You were saying it to Simon in that game, how if Prag had a minute more, even just a minute more, he would have found a way out of the repetition of moves.
Yeah, and I think that happens to a lot of players, at home when we're playing online and you have this good position, but you're getting low on time. You're looking suddenly to make a draw or to do something like that because, it's hard to fight when, everything is in the hand of the clock and there's nothing you can do about it.
Nothing you can do about it, indeed. Lars, your thoughts on the game so far as we are about to see the first Armageddon of the day?
My thoughts are, I wonder, aren't they getting tired? I mean, concentrating, just sitting here. I feel like my head is boiling, and they have been really in a much more intense situation, and now they're gonna have to start all over. It's gonna be tough.
It's gonna be really tough. And my head is boiling because I was like, oh yeah, we already had an Armageddon. Wesley so won against the tournament leader Firouzja, but it feels like that was like yesterday. There's so much going on. And we do have liftoff in Norway Chess Women. Tournament leader Bibisara with the white pieces must-win situation against the reigning women's world champion Wenjun, who starts with 3 minutes less on the clock. But in case of a draw, it counts as a win for Wenjun. Let's see if they approach the opening in a similar way as their classical game, or is it completely different? We didn't have much time to cover this game earlier. There was just so much action in the other games. But right now, Aryan, what can you tell us about the opening choice and the current position?
Yeah, so Bibisara is still the tournament leader, so it is a highly critical game for her. This half point matters. We have a Queen's Indian opening here, and an early pawn sacrifice from Bibisara. Maybe this is something Sindarov has prepared for her in between the breaks. I've so actually personally not seen this position before. Usually the knight goes to this square to regain the pawn. So this is a very fresh position.
Fresh position indeed, and I think we're gonna have to welcome someone very special in our studio. Congratulations, Magnus, on today's win, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We want to catch up with you on so many things, but let's start with today's game. What was your mentality like going into this crucial game that last year didn't go so well, but this year it turned out in your favor? What was it like to go into a situation where you didn't start very well the tournament, being in a tough spot, and then facing Gukesh? Is it motivating? Do you put extra effort in? What was your thinking like?
No, I wouldn't say I was super motivated. Today, yesterday was I don't know, just I kind of had a little bit enough after just playing really poorly 3 days in a row with very little time. And yeah, today didn't really have a lot of expectations, but I was happy with the way things went in the opening. I thought I was a bit worse, but we were getting a game, and maybe there will be some chances to play, since he usually plays very ambitiously.
We truly enjoy your confessional booth appearances, and today, the moment when you were going for some of those moves that you said, well, if I can surprise myself with this and I cannot refute it, at least I'm surprising my opponent too. Do you think that approach worked in the end? The surprise factor and going for something perhaps not so ideal, but there was no refutation to those moves.
Yeah, it's I think with another player, he could have probably played a little bit safer, but Gukesh doesn't have that style. He kind of wants to go for it. So provocation works in that sense that you get a game. But obviously my black games here, I've been taking some chances, and today it didn't feel unreasonable. I was worse, but it wasn't it wasn't kind of manageable, if I'm if he plays well. But yeah, just very happy with the way that I managed to eventually take over the initiative and win a good game.
And which point in the game did you feel like you got initiative?
Yeah, I thought c4 already. This whole sequence with queen takes c4 and so on. Like he could have, instead of c4, he could have gone for bishop f5, I think. And then I'm just like a little bit worse. But the way he played, he kind of refused to trade. He was still trying to be better, and then I think at some point he kind of needed to pull the emergency brake, and yeah, probably go bishop f1 like here or something. I think at that point is already I got bishop f1, I got knight e4 coming. He's already like trying not to be worse there, but he should be able to make a draw. Bishop e2 and f3 I think was a little bit too ambitious. I just want to check if a certain line worked.
Here?
Yeah. So c5, king f2, rook d5. Yeah, there was queen takes a5, but I think it's bad. Yeah, exactly this. This is really beautiful actually. Queen e3, king e1, rook c2, rook d1, bishop f5, rook f1, bishop d3. Yeah, knight c4. And here, he's kind of just completely stuck. So I'm not winning any material on the spot, but I thought after queen takes b7, I can even, yeah, I can just take on d2. And, yeah, I kind of had not seen everything, but I knew that I wasn't losing at the very least. And the funny point is that he kind of gives the obvious checks here, like here, for instance, king d7, queen b7. I start walking this way. Queen c8.
It's a really long variation.
Yeah. Oh wow. This is a little bit more complicated than I thought. But the point is that in a lot of lines, if he goes queen b4, takes an e2, then I got bishop takes e2, and taking with both rooks leads to checkmate. But I mean, anyway here also queen takes e3 was possible.
It's a very pretty variation.
And then I knew that I'm fine. But okay, so my intuition was right, but I would have had to really calculate well there.
But
Okay,
basically,
that's interesting. But there was a very good trend for me already, so I'm not surprised that things went well.
Magnus, may I ask you if you know that gentleman here in our studio and his certain videos about a certain world #1?
Yeah, I haven't really seen it. I've heard others talk.
That's fine. Totally fine.
Yeah. And yeah.
I mean, you're a huge inspiration for me and a lot of people at home. So who's not a fan?
Thank you.
Could we have your thoughts on the ongoing Armageddon games, if you don't mind checking in on the position we have right now? We started with Norway Chess Women, and it's going to be back-to-back Armageddons. This is the current position between Bibisara and Wenjun.
Oh, I thought she was going to win the classical game. Yeah, it looks like she's doing very well in this one.
It's very dangerous for black.
6 minutes against 3 minutes, the time situation.
Yeah, bishop g5 wins because of bishop f4 after queen takes d6.
And it's happening as you called it out already. Magnus, the pawn is captured.
Yeah, so I think not a lot to say there. It's just gonna be a win for Bibisara. I guess she's doing pretty well in the tournament.
Yes, very true. What are your thoughts on Bibisara and Javokir? Javokir is here to help Bibisara. Do you think that's a huge boost in any player's career? And does it help that they are both chess players. I know Ella plays chess too, so maybe it's a similar situation for you.
Well, maybe not quite the same, but no, I'm sure for them it's great, and I saw Javakir randomly for the first time here today, and you know, good for them. They seem like a great team.
You also seem like a great team with Ella, and we are very happy for your family, of course, to be together here. You're the only one that's staying at home. What is that like in comparison to what's your usual tournament routine, staying in a hotel?
I enjoy it a lot. It's nice to come down, you know, come back to my family after games, and you know, I think Ella understands that I haven't been in the best mood the last couple of days, but you know, my son, he's always in a great mood, so I enjoy that a lot.
We really appreciate your time, and for all of you to be just so kind with your time as well, in terms of the fans and the audience always wanting to get selfies with you, signatures, and even after difficult games, you're always very generous with your attention toward the fans. So we truly appreciate that, Magnus.
Well, I wouldn't say always, but sometimes at least, and for the other times I will beg for forgiveness and understanding.
Think they understand you're a human too, and congratulations again on the win today, and good luck for tomorrow's Norway Chess Games.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. He wins his first game here in Oslo. And we know what it's like when Magnus starts winning games. We know what it's like when he goes on a winning streak. You cannot write his chances off when it comes to winning the overall tournament. He has done it 7 times already. He's the defending champion of Norway Chess. And we think that he will want to win it for the 8th time again. The current position of Bibisara against Wenjun, Aryan, let's catch up with what happened recently in the game.
Yes, looking very good for Bibisara. She's about to win this Armageddon. I mean, if you look at the Black King, it's about to get checkmated. White has this very serious threat of Queen to G4, so it is actually about to finish. There's no way for Black to even make a threat in this position. Wenjun down to 130. He's trying to find a way to create some threats, but it's very difficult. Yeah, now mate will follow. White can give this check and bring the rook to this square. This checkmate is unavoidable.
And that's exactly what Bibisara has just played. Wenjun is bringing the queen in and allowing the checkmate. Tournament leader Bibisara wins the Armageddon against the reigning women's world champion Wenjun. And this is just one of the many Armageddon games that we'll be covering here, because all games except for the game of Magnus Carlsen have gone into Armageddon, meaning it was draw in classical chess and they have to fight it out in faster time controls. I see already we have our next Armageddon, or in plural, next Armageddons being on the way. Vincent Keymer with the white pieces has more time but needs to play for a win against Praggnanandhaa. Prag had his chances in classical. How are his chances looking now in Armageddon? Aryan, let's catch up with the current position.
Prag is doing really great in this one so far. If you guys look at Vincent's time, he's actually down on the clock. He's lost his time. He's not only lost his time advantage, but he has less time on the clock. So an opening disaster for Vincent. Keymer now has to trade queens, but this endgame looks very, very okay for Black. After trading queens, and Prag is going to develop the knights. The problem here for Vincent is that Prag's position is very easy to play. He's just going to put his pieces on good squares, and it's tough to make threats in the Black position. I think he's going to perhaps bring the rook to defend right now, as he does. We can play this pawn push to defend the center.
Lars, what are your thoughts on this? And welcome back. We have so many action moments here that we didn't have time to catch our breath and welcome you back into the studio. This is an Armageddon where White started with 3 extra minutes, but it's gone now, fully gone.
It's looking good for Pragg. He only needs to draw.
Oh,
There
he
it
blunders.
is.
Oh, he blundered in one move.
Can you show that Aryan if it's possible to bring back later the board?
Vincent wanted
Ow.
to double his rooks to put pressure on this pawn, but as he made his move, he spotted that Pragg had this really nice tactic of trading this knight against the bishop, and now suddenly the white knight doesn't have a square. If you move the knight, you lose the rook.
Oh.
And obviously, if you move the king, you lose the exchange. And here, I mean, it's just a hopelessly lost position, and Vincent had to win it too, so he just resigned. I mean, these things can really happen in Armageddon with low time. It's easy to make blunders, especially after a long day.
Exactly,
But,
that's what
very
Lars
good
was
for Pragg's
saying
tournament.
earlier. Yeah, I think Vincent, he will be disappointed about his blunder in the Armageddon, but he still must be happy that he managed to save the classical game, because that would have been 3 points to Pragg, and he really had his chances in classical. Divya Deshmukh had also a great position in classical against Anna Muzychuk, but the tables turned and Anna managed to defend a game where Divya, I am guessing so, is heading into this Armageddon with a bit of a disappointment that she didn't convert in classical earlier, Simon.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of fireworks, as we said. It's the word of the day.
It's definitely the word of the day. And in Armageddon, even more fireworks. The knight is being attacked, so she jumps back to the central square, maneuvering her knight away.
Black has a really, really strong knight in the center of the board and is therefore doing very well right now. I think Divya is a bit tilted from the last game, as she had a big advantage. It's not been, this one has not been going her way. This last move is great by Anna, setting up this really nice bishop move, which wins material. If you get the bishop to that square, you're pinning the rook, and it doesn't have squares. Very tough for White to find moves now. It's also threatening to take this pawn, so it seems like White is losing material.
She's pushing the pawn to guard the square where the bishop was heading.
That does drop the pawn on the left of the board. Anna can just capture that pawn.
So you could have saved the rook from the bishop pin, or?
It was really hard. She had to give up something. So she decided to give up her pawn. The knight captures it. Now the queen has to move. Queen back to the back rank.
Now another pawn's gonna fall.
Oh, brings her knight back to this central square. Very, very practical move, just consolidating the extra pawn. I mean, Divya can capture the pawn in the center, but Anna is just going to capture back.
Why not with the bishop?
Why with this bishop?
Yeah.
Yeah, she could do that too. I just don't think she wanted to trade the knight for the bishop, as generally bishops are stronger than knights, so that's why she didn't want to allow that trade. At some point, Divya is going to try to occupy this square for the knight. I mean, still precision is required. Actually, there's an interesting move here of sacrificing the bishop and going for a knight fork, but it's very unnecessary.
Instead, we see a queen move to the edge of the board, putting more pressure on the queen side of White. This extra pawn is also a pass pawn 3 squares away from promotion. It's very unpleasant for Divya to be in a situation like this, and she's in a must-win situation. So it's not enough to save the game for her. She has to somehow turn the tables fully and win it.
I mean, one thing Divya has done right this game is she's played very fast, so a lot of pressure on the clock. I mean, anything is possible. I mean, it's just one move. If Anna blunders, Divya could win it, but it is looking difficult and has been playing very precise. Now centralizing the bishop. Maybe a move like this makes sense to put pressure on the pawn.
She might try that. She has to create counterplay somehow. She's taking a bit of a longer think here to figure out how to get chances in this really tough position.
Why Anna didn't move the rook to attack the white bishop? Instead,
threaten the bishop?
Yeah. Why did she move the rook to attack the bishop?
You mean this rook or
the black rook attacking the white bishop?
Oh, okay. Now now I understand what you're saying. You mean this one, right?
Yeah.
This. So currently the bishop was hanging, so she had to take care of the bishop first.
Okay.
And now, but this is always in the cards, so she might do it later. But the last move, Anna, is threatening, not only threatening white's bishop, but also eyeing at this knight check, which is a really nice move to be able to make if she can. Let's say if now it would be extremely practical to do that, give check with the knight.
And force white to give up the bishop for that knight. Trade it, but by giving up, I mean that was a crucial defensive piece around the white king.
Yeah, I think this one should just be very good for Anna. Let's see. Because when you have a winning position, especially in blitz, you just want to simplify the position. But I mean, she's still doing very well, but I think that was perhaps more precise.
She drops the bishop back so that now the rook of black is guarding the pawn together with the black queen. She's holding on to her passed pawn. And she only needs a draw. It's a reminder that Anna Muzychuk has draw odds. Her only problem is the time. She's down to 2 minutes against 4 minutes for Divya. Even if they make it to move 40, there's only a 1 second increment, very little time.
But still, 2 minutes, that's a long time. It's when they.
You think it's enough for Anna?
Yeah, enough.
She's got it.
Divya is putting on very good resistance here. I really like this last move, stopping black from getting the knight here.
But the pawn is dropping, isn't it? Now
Yes,
it's straight in the middle of the board.
It is dropping, but black is still a pawn up. But she should just take with the bishop and then later on put a queen here. Should be very safe for black.
So still an extra pawn for black. It's opposite colored bishop.
Also a good move.
She's
like
offering the queen trade.
Every trade is good for Anna.
She might just continue offering queen trade. She can follow the white queen, place again the black queen next to it.
Divya would love to remove that black pawn on the left side of the board, right? Because it can become a queen someday.
It is a passed pawn indeed.
Now Anna is saying to maybe just capture this pawn and I mean, why not if you can? Like white's king is she? I think she could take it. Now time to move the king. Get out of this
time to move?
diagonal.
She's thinking too long.
She's. I feel like she's maybe overthinking this a bit. So she should just move faster. I don't understand why she's spending so much time. H6 is a strange move. It's weakening the light squares. Very strange move.
And it's allowing some attack for white, doesn't it? Oh gosh, our board is going crazy and then now doubling.
Let's go
I think
to the
we need to go on full screen indeed
screen.
and see what is happening right now.
Maybe Divya might get some. Divya is getting some chances right now. The light squares is looking.
She's getting chances, and also on the clock, it's 14 seconds left for Anna Muzychuk. 12. She's offering a queen trade, but the white rook is already in black's camp, and Divya will try to get her queen in as well. She still has 3 minutes. Huge time advantage.
Divya might be forced to trade queens now, which makes it easier for Anna to play. But I mean, she's
pushing her pawn.
Oh my god!
Wow. She blundered her queen.
She blundered her queen and smiles there, Divya.
Oh.
I mean, she was just looking for a way to keep the queens on the board, and she forgot about the
queen hanging. She blunders her queen in one move. That just goes to show the fatigue. This is the 5th hour of the players fighting against each other, and Anna Muzychuk wins the Armageddon with this shocking blunder. It's really just the lack of energy by the end of the game, isn't it? And the focus.
It is, and also it gives hope to players like us, the average player, because we make those blunders all the time. And seeing that they do it on this level, you know, it's sort of a consolation. It's nice for us to see it. Sorry,
You have a great point there, Lars. It is. Even the best players in the world blunder. They blunder the queens, they blunder checkmate. World champions do have blundered checkmate in one. It happened before, and it can happen to anyone. So you're right.
That's the beauty of this game.
It's inspiring to us.
Yeah. It's never over till it's over.
We have the last game of the day between Humpy and Jiner here. It's currently White's king is in the middle of the board, yet she has not castled. It's looking very good for Jiner. Now, I mean, if we just compare the king's safety here, Black's king is very safe while White's king is in danger. I like Black's chances.
And I feel
what do you make of this position, Simon?
I feel like White, Humpy, she cannot castle queenside because the file is open. So she's got to stay in the middle. That's really the best thing she can do right now.
Maybe she can try to create something on this diagonal. I mean, right now, Black will try to block with the bishop if White puts that bishop on that square. But Humpy has lost her time advantage here, down to 3 minutes. To find a way to put pressure on Black, maybe to try to hide the king on this square and perhaps to create some pressure. She's a pawn up at least, so if her king gets to safety, she could be doing well.
And it's so easy for us to say, don't think that long, but you're in the situation and you you forget yourself and you spend too much time. I do it all the time.
Wow, it's a big move. It's a really big move by Humpy there.
Wow.
Just castling, castling long. I was expecting her to hide the king in the center, but right now the king doesn't look safe to me. I don't like this for.
I don't like it either. Do you see a plan for White to get out of?
Actually, yeah, that's a really good. This really strong move there, spotted by Jiner, eliminates that pawn, and now the bishop in the center falls. Jiner is gonna win this Armageddon. She's currently having a huge attack on the White king, and she only needs to draw.
I'm expecting the rook to come into the game with a check on the open file. She can bring that final piece that's been unemployed. She's using that now to come to the open file, attack the White king, and the second rook will be coming too, as you're highlighting, Aryan. Humpy is offering a rook trade. Jiner doubling her rooks.
Big attack from Black.
Yeah, here the White king is in huge danger because I don't know where that third rook came from actually, but
maybe we should just go again to the full camera because
Never seen that one before.
our board is already on strike. It doesn't want to show the proper moves. We do have a situation where Jiner has a winning attack, but even if she doesn't convert it, she has draw odds. This is Armageddon. Even if Humpy somehow escapes this attack, a draw is not enough. She needs to turn the tables fully.
I think she can just capture that rook.
Yeah.
Humpy might just resign after this rook capture. Jiner wins in the Armageddon. And this has been our final game of the day, a day that has produced so many Armageddon battles, and the only one that didn't end in an Armageddon was the game between World Champion Gukesh and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. We do have the tournament leader, Bibisara, with us for an interview about her game today.
That was really powerful game. Can you please tell us about your move d5? Was that your preparation?
Yeah, today both game was good for me. D5, yeah, I remember that I checking something like this a few times ago, but I think it's very good idea for Armageddon, and I have very pleasant position and was much more time, and yeah, nice game.
Right, and Bibisara, you're going into the dress day as a leader, and we have these secret games at Norway Chess. Do you have any guess what it can be?
No, I don't have, but I am very excited to know what will be tomorrow.
Have a good dress day today.
Thank you.
Wenjun, it was a very tough game in the classical. How did you manage to go through it?
Yeah, I think I just mixed up with some lines, and then I think it is for sure some pressure, but I mean, maybe after something like rook e7 or something earlier than bishop c2, maybe black is already able to hold. Yeah.
And in Armageddon, do you think you had some chances to hold?
No. It was a bad decision for me, so yeah, it's not really some chances.
How would you evaluate your performance so far coming into the rest day?
I think in general it's okay, but Armageddon it's for sure it's not so satisfied. But I think in general I will I think I was more care about the classical quality. Yeah.
Wish you have a good rest during the rest day and then come back with more power.
Yeah, thank you.
Anna, congratulations on winning the Armageddon game. Please tell us, how did it go?
I think we both played awfully. But for me, I was already quite happy to survive this classical game because I was in huge troubles both by the position and by time. So,
how did you manage to survive that classical game? Because 12 Divya was always in control and dominating.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to find the best defense. And then at some point, I just realized that I have to make the moves because we don't have increment until move 40. And even after move 40, it's only 10 seconds. So then the priority was time and yeah, somehow.
So even though you're participating for a third time, you're still trying to adjust to this unusual time control?
Yeah, because it's often switching and it's not so easy. And each time control is different, so...
You won 3 Armageddon so far, lost 1 Armageddon, all games drawn. How would you summarize your performance?
Yeah, it's quite okay. And tomorrow is the rest day. Looking forward to it.
Have a good rest, Anna.
Thank you.
Divya, this is your first loss in this tournament. So far, you're very successful in classical chess and also won all the Armageddon games. How do you feel right now?
I'm very tired. I think the classical game really took a lot of energy from me, and that's also why I couldn't perform my best in Armageddon.
Between the classical and Armageddon, you have few minutes only. How do you usually prepare for your Armageddon game? Is there your coach helping you by the phone? Is there by yourself preparation?
Yeah, I would say I would be deciding what opening I want to play next, and I would be listening to songs.
What is your favorite song you want to listen right now?
I would say Holiday is very good by Lil Nas.
I'm going to check that out. Have a good rest day today.
Thank you.
Jiner, congratulations on winning Armageddon game. Please share with us first how the classical game went.
I think the classical game is very complicated. I feel I had some initiative in the middle game, but I didn't find a way to
to push. So yeah, later I think it's equal.
And in Armageddon, how did you manage to win?
I think she chose a very aggressive opening. I mean, rook g1, g4, and yeah. But I think I just try to play logical move, and yeah, black position is fine.
So far, you got all your games in Armageddon, and most of them you won. How would you evaluate your performance so far in the event?
I think I just try my best to play. Yeah, maybe I play not so well. I mean I am not in a good form, but I will try my best, and yeah.
Have a good rest tomorrow and best of luck.
Thank you.
Humpy, you chose such a sharp attacking opening and seemed like it was going really well. How could you describe your game?
I don't know. I just played and I started blundering all of a sudden. Probably I should have played h5 instead of b4. b4 was just too stupid because once she got this d4 and bishop f8, like my king got open completely. I should definitely play h5 and try to play that position, yeah.
Well, I wish you good recovery tonight and have a nice rest of the day tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, what a day, for real. We had like amazing game coming from the women's section. We had Jiner applying a lot of pressure on Humpy, and she won the game. And then we have on the Armageddon, sorry. And then we had Bibisara against Wenjun, Armageddon again, and Bibisara won. And Armageddon, Divya got the win against Anna. And yeah, what a game.
Anna got that win, but Divya was clearly just like out of energy, and it explains why she blundered her queen. That leaves us with the following standings. Bibisara still is the sole leader of the event, 1.5 points ahead of Divya, Jiner, and Anna Muzychuk, who are tied for second place. Reigning Women's World Champion D Gukesh has 4 points, and Humpy Koneru at the moment is at the bottom of the standings. We also have interviews with some of the other Armageddon fighters of the day, Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keymer.
Prag, you just made a draw with the black pieces against Vincent. Can you please tell us how your game went?
Yeah, the classical part was, I think, we both were not happy with the result, but at some point we both thought he was doing very well. And then somehow things turned around and I started to play for win and I was winning at some point. But yeah, it's a bit disappointing when you see that you mess up such a good position, but also taking into the account that I was like happy with the draw at some point, so it was probably okay result. And yeah, Armageddon went smooth.
Is it better to play with black pieces the Armageddon games?
No, from my games from like two editions of Norway Chess, I think this is the first time I managed to score a win with black. So yeah, it has always been white wins in my games.
Well, congratulations and have a good rest day.
Thank you.
Vincent, share with us what happened in the classical game.
Yeah, I think I played a very nice game up until some point, and then time got less and less, and I started making huge errors. I think in the end I was even very lucky to save it. Probably it was at least very bad, maybe even lost. But yeah, I felt like somewhere around, like when I got to push the c6 move, my position should be very good, and also had the feeling that my play was very nice. But yeah, then, with little time I messed up completely.
And in Armageddon, do you think you had some chances?
No, not really. I mean, I got into some opening prep and never really got a chance. But I don't know, for me still it's... Armageddon is a bit difficult. I haven't really gotten used to it. Basically every game I played in Armageddon hasn't really been very nice. So I'm still hoping to improve on that.
And also, do you think the time control in the classical is something which you have to adjust, because almost halfway the tournament went with unusual time control?
Well, I think everyone has their issues with it. It's we are all trying to adjust, but it's not so easy. I mean, we also see Magnus basically before today. He had half a point out of 3. Easily could have been 2, 2.5 judging from the game. So
it's not easy for anyone. And of course, I'm trying to get used to that, but also you have to go with the flow a little.
Have a good rest day tomorrow and come with the power on the next round.
Thank you.
This is it, day 4 of Norway Chess. Lars, what stands out to you the most? And are you happy with what you see on the screen here?
Well, as a Norwegian, I have to be. And it's been a really good day for Magnus. Well-deserved win today. Very impressive the way he turned that game to his advantage. And so now he's got fuel in this machine and he's going to come on from behind.
He will, and he's no longer at the bottom of the standings, Aryan.
Yes, a huge win for Magnus indeed, as he climbs up the standings. He's in 4th place right now, and he's playing against the 3rd place on Saturday, playing with the white pieces against Wesley. So it's going to be a very, very important game, and if he manages to win that, he's up there. This win changes a lot. So Alireza currently still leading, Pragg on 2nd place, Wesley on 3rd, Vincent Keymer on 5th, and Gukesh after that lost. The world champion currently in the last place.
And as you mentioned, Magnus Carlsen will be facing Wesley. So not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, day 5 will be after tomorrow's rest day for the players. Alireza Firouzja leading the tournament with 8.5 points, and his opponent is Vincent Keymer, while we have a showdown between the 2 Indian stars. Praggnanandhaa, 20 years old, Gukesh, just turning 20 actually. I think in India he's already 20 years old. Here in Europe he's 19. It's his birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday to the reigning world champion who didn't get the birthday present from Magnus. When it comes to Norway Chess Women, Aryan, let's take a look at the pairings for the day after tomorrow.
We have the 2 youngsters, Jiner playing against Divya, Deshmukh, Anna Muzychuk playing against Bibisara, who's still leading the tournament with 7 points, and world champion Wenjun playing against former world champion Koneru, Humpy.
And as we have mentioned, this is not happening tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, because this is the first time the players will actually get the rest. I think we have witnessed that they need it. They need to recharge those batteries. And those batteries will be also recharged through a competition that's not chess. Norway Chess Games is a really fun activity for the players. Every year it's a new theme, a new activity. Last year they turned into cowboys and competed against each other in teams. It was an incredible event. Ella herself there with Magnus Carlsen. They were one of the teams together, and I think for the players it's always just a lot of fun to do something outside the tournament, to forget about the chess for a little bit, take their minds off of something that has been, of course, very demanding. Go outside, be in nature, Lars. Isn't it the best way to try to switch off the chess mode?
Absolutely, and that's probably what they're going to do. Maybe not in the forest, but take a long walk, get your head off these things and think about other stuff. That's a good way to do it.
Always a good way to do it. Thank you so much to all of our viewers for joining us. And thank you, Lars, for joining us for today. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to be watching Lars's YouTube videos. You need to check out Lars Monsen on YouTube. This has been Simon, Aryan, Lars, and myself signing off from day 4 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We will see you same time, same place, the day after tomorrow. Have an amazing day and see you soon again.